the chairperson on the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Economic Development and Tourism. I will be chairing the proceedings of today's meeting of the deliberation on the annual reports of the Department of Agriculture and CACIDRA for the period 1 April 2023 to 31st March 2024. Honorable members of this 7th Parliament on the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Economic Development and Tourism, welcome. Minister Dr. Ivan Meyer, welcome. HOD Dr. Mohale, welcome. And officials of the department, welcome. CACIDRA CEO, Dr. Keith Duplessis, welcome. And senior management of CACIDRA that are here today, also welcome. CACIDRA Board Chairperson, Prof. Christo van der Riede, and members of CACIDRA Board that are present here today, welcome. Are they all here? The Office of the Auditor General and from the Department of Premier, if he's here, welcome. Thank you for honoring the invite to come and account to the Western Cape residents and honorable members. Minister, welcome to the hot seat. Members of the public and media who are present online, welcome. Let me take the opportunity also, Minister, to congratulate you on your clean audit and keep up the great work. This meeting is being live streamed on WCPP YouTube. Translation services is also available. Honorable members, the session has been scheduled until 1 o'clock. The committee will deal with the department's annual report first and thereafter the entity's annual report, CACIDRA. We aim to have a refreshment break at around 10 o'clock in the members' lounge. Should you wish to take comfort breaks, feel free to do so at any time. Honorable members, ministers, chairperson of CACIDRA board members, AG present, all department officials and everyone present. You are also invited to lunch after the meeting ended. Honorable members, the committee will deliberate on Part A, B, and D of the annual report. Part C and E will be deliberated on at the SCOPA meeting scheduled for later today. It will not be deliberated on in this meeting. Members are reminded to keep note of the meeting proceedings so that at the end of today's meeting, in addition to resolutions, you can highlight any concerns, specific findings, congratulatory remarks, or any matter that you may want to include in the committee's report. Honorable members, I want to remind you that we don't have infinite time today. We are limited to the time that has been allocated to us by the Programming Authority. Please ensure that your questions are short and to the point. Members will be limited to 3 questions during the first round of questions and 1 follow-up question. Members must make sure to indicate the page number of the question to avoid confusion and delays from the minister and his team. Minister and the department, we request responses to be succinct to avoid too many follow-up questions. I now provide members with the opportunity to introduce themselves, but before I proceed with the introduction, I must just note the apology of Honorable Constable. He is not here today, and the apology of Minister, who will be leaving to see the doctor a little bit later. I hand over to the honorable members to introduce themselves. Thank you.
Morning, Chairperson. It's Dave Bryant, member of the committee.
Good morning, Chairperson. Khalil Brankes, member of the committee. Thank you.
Molweni, igama lami nguNomi Kankondlo, ilungu lale committee.
Morning, Noma French Mbombo.
Are there members online that need to do some introduction?
Good morning, Chairperson Derek Wessels. I'm online.
Is that all? Over to Minister and HOD to introduce your team.
Thank you, Chair Ivan Meyer, MEC for Agriculture.
Thank you, Chair Mohale Sebopetsa, Head of Agriculture. I'll ask my team to introduce themselves and what they do at the department.
Morning, Chair and members. My name is Lindy Govender. I'm the Chief Financial Officer.
Good morning, Chair members. Daryl Jacobs, Deputy Director General, Agricultural Development and Support Services.
Good morning, Chair members. Dr. Ilse Troutman, Deputy Director General, Agriculture Research and Regulatory Services.
Good morning, Chair, members. Keith du Plessis, Chief Executive Officer, Casidra.
Good morning, members. Christo van der Rede, Chairperson at Casidra.
Good morning, everybody. Freek van Zyl, CFO Casidra.
Good morning, Chair and members. David Neff, Chief Program Officer, Casidra.
Good morning, Chair and members. Bongiso Matodi, responsible for Agricultural Economic Services.
Good morning, Chair and members. Loni Seconds, Human Capital Manager, Casidra.
Good morning, members. Vusums Zwelendaba, Director of Food Security. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair members. Clint Starling, Agriculture, Director Supply Chain and Assets.
Good morning, Debbie Zana, Financial Management.
Good morning, Annelien Swanepoel, Research and Technology Development Services.
Good morning, Chair. I'm Noluvuyo Magadla, Animal Health.
Good morning, Chair. Gertrude Jacobs, Director, Agricultural Education and Training.
Good morning, Chair and members. Crystal Abdal, Audit and Risk Committee Chairperson, Casidra.
Good morning, Chair and members. Michael McKenzie, Program Manager, Casidra.
Morning, Chair. Kininda Msiza, Veterinary Services.
Morning, Chairperson and members. Jerry Aris, responsible for Agricultural Producer Support and Development. Thank you, Chair.
Morning, Chair and members. Asia Peterson, responsible for Sustainable Resource Use and Management.
Good morning, Chair and members. Jackie Pandaram, responsible for Rural Development.
Chairperson and members, good morning. Paul Rockman, Chief Director, Operational Support Services.
Good morning, Chair and members. Dirk Troski, responsible for Business Planning and Strategy.
Good morning, Chairperson and members. Daniel Johnson, Media Liaison Officer in the Ministry.
Morning, Chairperson and members. Marieke van Jaarsveld, Head of Ministry.
Thank you, Minister, and your department and officials. Honorable members, before I hand over to the department, I just want to say, in the interest of time, I will not advise taking questions based on the Minister and HOD's opening remarks, as this form part of A and of the annual reports. Minister, over to you and the HOD. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to yourself, the Secretary and members of the committee, as well as those members that are on the online platform. It is for us a great pleasure to present our annual report for the Department of Agriculture and the annual report for Casidra for the 2023-24 financial year. As per the annual report, we have new members here in this committee. We want to specifically welcome the Chairperson of Casidra, Mr. Christo van der Rede, whom I've appointed. I would also like to welcome again the Chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee, Ms. Crystal Abdul. You will also see that there are a few other appointments that have taken place during the year under review, and those are reflected in the report. And thank you for this opportunity. We are happy to report, since it is in line with the value systems of this government in terms of both accountability and responsiveness. Noted that you said the responses must be brief, so I know it was targeted at me.
Over to you, HOD.
Thank you very much. I'll also be very brief. Firstly, to thank you and the members for giving us the opportunity to account. It's very important in terms of what we want to achieve in the Western Cape. You know, building a government that people trust. Firstly, every year in agriculture is very different, because agriculture is it's a biological system that interface with other systems, both locally as well as internationally. I mean, if you look at the Western Cape agriculture, 55% of what we produce here get exported. And therefore, what happens elsewhere in the globe becomes extremely important. But for the year under review, Chair, we met 95% of the targets that we had set for ourselves, and I want to believe that's a great fit given the capacity challenges that the department had to deal with. If, for instance, you look at the approved org structure of the department, we're sitting at about 1,600 persons that must be appointed to support agriculture in the province. And if you look in the annual report, we're sitting with about 843. That's really half of the capacity that we need to be able to achieve what we are required to do for the citizens of the Western Cape. Of course, the 95% was made possible through the partnering and collaborating with industry and corporate agriculture within the province. If you look at our budget, we expended about 98.52% in the year under review. Of course, as you said, Honorable Chair, with no audit findings that also suggest that good governance is our middle name as a department. In the year under review, we have revamped our provincial veterinary lab, valued at about 30 million rands, and that is a massive contributor to the economy, but more importantly, Chair, to food safety. If you look at the year under review, there were no single incidents of food safety that were reported in the Western Cape. We think that is because of the great work that is done at this department together with the private veterinarians that support the work we do. Finally, Chair, with respect to food security, we have supported about 4,000 food gardens across the province. And for us, that's very important because as we sit here, a lot of our citizens still have no access to available food. So the food garden program is that intervention of this department, but more importantly, that also bring about issues around self-worth and self-esteem, because people are able to then supply food for themselves. Finally, Chair, we supported about 4,300 farmers with advice across the province. That's in a nutshell, Chairperson, what I want to put forth as my opening remarks.
Thank you, Minister and the Chairperson. I'm going to hand over to members to start really deliberating on the report. We're going to start with Part A, which is pages 8 to 47. Over to you, members. Are there any hands? Honorable Bryant and Honorable Ngontlo, in that order.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, I think in terms of Part A, and I was speaking mainly the kind of overview, but it really has been quite heartening to see the targets being achieved overall. I think one or two underachievements, but in the main, a really, really good performance. And I think one of the things that stood out for me is the growth in the agricultural sector of 37% over the past 10 years. And then also that dramatic increase in exports, 63 billion to 104 billion since 2018. So clearly, the Western Cape Department is doing something right, or lots of things right. And I think it's certainly worthwhile commending the department for that. There are some challenges, it appears, in veterinary services, but I will get to that when we get to Part B, because I do understand the Minister has a plan for that, and we'll get into those questions when we get there. But just my comments on Part A, good performance overall, and congratulations to the department based on that so far. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Bryant. Honorable Ngontlo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning. And I'm sure, like the Minister, your remarks were also directed at me. And I just want to say upfront, I may not comply. Thank you very much. My first question is on page 11, on the three questions that you have asked, recognizing the growth of the sector in the last 10 years, including the export increase of the agri-processing. Now, I'm interested to know, Minister and the HOD, how much of this growth has actually contributed to the transformation of this industry in terms of its racial demographics and ownership, and also the household earnings of agri-workers. Have we also seen the similar increase in their earnings in the sector? The second one actually relates to what in the same page, Minister, you referred to the UN SDGs and the work that your department is doing and its contribution. And in that regard, just want to understand what's the department, in terms of the report of the department, what's been your progress that you are making to meet the SDGs within your mandate? And then my third one, it's on page 14 under the HOD's remarks and on the rehabilitation and water preservation. And my question there, especially with the fact that municipalities may not have been able to spend between April 2023 and 2024, I just want to understand from you, what is hindering the municipalities from spending this grant money, and what is it that you guys are doing as a department to assist the municipalities around the issue of riverbanks, erosions and flood damage? Those are my three questions for now, Chair. Thank you.
Over to Honorable Brinkhuis.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, with regard to the 4,000 plus minus food gardens that is accommodated by the department, can we just get a more detailed report on how well business is going with those 4,000 food gardens, and those business owners, are they submitting financial reports, annual financial reports to the department? And is the department following up on any challenges or stuff that they need going forward? Is the department following up on those things? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Brinkhuis. Honorable. Okay. Yeah, we see online Honorable Ngensu. Welcome. Would you mind introducing yourself?
Thank you very much, Benson. Thank you very much, Chair. Let me also join those who have welcomed opening remarks from the HOD and from the MEC. My first question is question raised on the one is interested on their concentration. Where are they concentrated? Which parts of the province and the communities in this instance? That's the first point. The second point is on page 13. A claim is made by the HOD in respect to what appears or described as productive relations with the labor movement or the labor unions. And perhaps the committee may perhaps need to be taken through in respect to the list of the trade unions. That's the first question. You know, which are which are these trade unions you are talking about? Also, one is interested, given the fact that you yourself in the report indicate the contribution of the industry to the economy. Are you able to take us through about the rate of foreign nationals, you know, in the period under review? Have you monitored that? They are used and their protection thereof. And what are the plans to ensure that foreign nationals are not used as cheap labor and that all sectors do comply with the prescriptions of the law? The last one is on page 14 of your report, where you talk about youth programs and skilling and so on. One wants to establish in this period under review whether is there any collaboration between the department, even facilitating it with the industry, with university, in particular. What is the CPUT, Cape Peninsula University of Technology, you know, in respect to placement of learners for workplace exposure. Those are the three questions one was interested on, Chair. And maybe somewhere you'll elaborate on why only 95%, not 100% achievement in respect to the target set. Thanks.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable Mbombo, any question from your side? No question. It looks like the Stormers' weekend match has had effects on the members. Over to you, Minister and the DG, HOD.
Thank you, Chair. Some of these questions I will refer to the HOD. Firstly, thank you to the Honourable Member Bryant for the reference of the growth of the sector over the last 10 years. It was phenomenal because I know of no other single sector that had that particular growth, which means that in this province, the stability has been reached in the sector despite the drought. This was also during the period of the drought. So over 10 years, and the growth and performance of agriculture must always be made monitored and measured over a 10-year period. We sit here now in this committee and we review a 1 year. So I hope that members understand that agriculture is a 10-year cycle, and the HOD has referred to the biological nature of agriculture and the seasonality of it. But I think this is indicative of the fact that agriculture in this province is very resilient. Agriculture is not something you can measure in 1 year's activities. It's a 10-year cycle. We sit here today before this committee and assess the annual performance of this department. So I think it's important to take that into consideration. The whole issue of exports is also significant for us in the Western Cape because during this period under review, I had 5 ministerial priorities, and export and market growth was one of them. And one of the things that I've done in this period was also I went specifically to the various commodity organizations and I've asked them specifically, where do you want to increase the growth in the sector? And I went then to meet with the ambassadors of those countries where they want to export in Pretoria. And they have given me a list of names, amongst others, South Korea, whom I met, Taiwan, whom I have met, Vietnam, who I have met in Pretoria, France, Germany, and the Netherlands. I have met all those ambassadors in Pretoria, specifically through promotion of what we call economic diplomacy. And so export and the work that my department and Bonkiswa is doing, and also Westgrow, is to opening up new markets. You will also see later in this report, on an annual basis, we allocate about 2 million rand to SATI, the South African table grape industry, to get more table grapes into the market, into China. Now that's significant because you deal with a 1.4 billion citizens in that particular country. So we are fanatic about this growth. Currently, in fact, when I started my term of office, we were responsible for 45% of South Africa's primary agricultural exports. Today, as we sit here, 5 years later, we are now 55% responsible for South Africa's agricultural exports. Is that enough? Absolutely not. Are there growth markets? Absolutely yes. Where are those growth markets? Those growth markets are particularly on the African continent, hence we have signed also the Africa Free Continental Trade Agreement. There's a policy in place in this province. I've invited the South African consul generals from Africa. We had a meeting with them at Casidra. So where do I see the growth? I see the growth now towards the east. That's the growth market that I want to target, particular Southeast Asia, and I will be meeting with the ASEAN group of ambassadors. So export growth is very important. Significant growth is happening. Honourable Member Brian refers that he will come later back to the veterinary services, and I take it he will do that. Honourable Member Nkondlo, yes, the growth of the sector, your specific questions in relation to that growth. How does that growth relate to the transformation of the sector? How does that growth relate to the salaries of the workers? In reference to what you have mentioned, I leave that to the HOD to speak to that, but you will see on page 130 the transformation activities that has been taking place and the amount of money we've set aside specifically for that. Also, Honourable Member Nkondlo asked specifically questions about the UN Sustainable Development Goals in terms of both food security and end of hunger. The HOD will specifically respond to that. Honourable Member Branke is rightfully raised the issues of food security and the 4,000 food gardens, and how does the department do follow-ups to that, and whether we are doing evaluation. The HOD will channel that to the correct person responsible for the food garden project. In terms of the Honourable Member online did ask actually 3 questions. One about the concentration of our activities. Now, this is very important. The HOD will respond to the issue of the productive relationships with the unions and the contribution of the industry. But then he prefaced it and say he has 2 questions. One relates specifically to the foreign nationals, and he had the concern that they must not be used as cheap labor. We will reply in terms of the activities. We had a workshop with Home Affairs and with the industry specifically about this particular matter, and perhaps DDG Daryl Jacobs can respond to that. And then the second question was about the youth program and the collaboration with general universities, but also with CPUT and the placement of learners. I think the HOD will also respond to that. So thank you for those questions.
Chair, thank you very much. Maybe if I can start with the questions that were posed by the honourable member online. The one question is about why are we sitting with 95%? Agriculture, it's a biology. It's always very difficult to hit 100% in a sector where a lot of things are not in your own control, and agriculture is such a system. That is why we're sitting at 95. I would like to hit 100%, but it's not always possible. And that is why we're comfortable at 95%, because if you follow global studies, you look at agricultural businesses, 95% is really a massive output, and that is why we're quite okay with 95%. Of course, the aim is always to go 100%, but we're not oblivious to the reality that we are affected by so many variables within the climate of agriculture. The question around youth program, I'll ask Paul Rockman to reflect to that in terms of the MOUs we have with many organizations, including the CPUT. And Darrell will respond to the issue around the agri-workers, particularly your foreign nationals. The first one with respect to relationship with the unions. I think for me it's very important that I create a conducive working environment with the labor structures at the department, and that is why it's important that we engage on quarterly basis with labor structures at the department. Member Brenke, is your question. I would like Jerry Harris to just reflect to that in terms of what we're doing. Suffice to say to you that all the questions you asked is things we do every day, because we are also concerned that we don't want to waste taxpayers' money. Member Nkondlo, your question around the SDGs in particular, I'm going to refer to SDG 1, no poverty, 2, zero hunger, and I think SDG 10 on climate change. We can reflect, I think, in a separate report as to what we are doing towards achieving those particular goals as set by the UN. Of course, it will not only be the department that responds to that. I think it's the whole of government, but also the whole of society, because all of us need to come to play to ensure that we deal with this particular issues. For instance, the issue of climate change, I've always argued that it's not about projects that people start. It's about human behavior. It's about how we conduct ourselves in order to ensure that we mitigate the issues around the climate change and its impact. Director Trotsky will respond on transformation issues, and in particular, I think he'll refer to the land reform work that is taking place in the department in support of the various transformation that you're talking about within the agricultural value chain. So Dirk, and then Darrell, and then followed by Jerry Harris.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Just in terms of the land reform work, I think what is very important is that we must realize that this department is not responsible for purchasing of land, but as soon as somebody got access to land, we are there supporting. And we have done an external evaluation, three of them now in a row. The first was in 2013. Then we've done another one in 2018, and we've done another one in 2023. And specifically asked the question, how successful is farmers that we support in this process? In 2013, the success rate was 62%. And we learned quite a number of lessons from that in what makes somebody successful in terms of access to markets, access to finance, being compliant to labor regulations and all those sort of things. So we applied that. So in 2018, the success rate was 72%. And then we've done another one in 2023, and the success rate was 83%. I think what is very important here, it is not a single criteria that we use. We use we use 39 different criteria how we measure success. It ranges from economic, social, and environment. We, for instance, ask the question: is the farmer now busy to reinvest in the farming system or on the farm? From a household perspective, are food security better? From an environmental perspective, are there certain environmental elements in place to also make to the betterment of nature? So that is from our land reform success. How that translates through to households, what we see, we don't measure the income of farm workers. What we do measure is the number of jobs that is available. So I'm using here the statistics of Q4 of 2023. And basically what we find there is that over the year from Q4 of 2022 to Q4 of 2023, 20,295 jobs has been created in the agricultural sector of the Western Cape. If we use the 10 years from 2014 to 2023, then it is 91,097 jobs that has been created in the agricultural sector. So there's more jobs. It pulls through to the well-being of people. I just want to mention that if there is one worker in a household working on a farm, getting paid the minimum wage, that household is in the 40th percentile of all households in South Africa. I think that's a very, very important factor note there. I think I'm going to stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and member, for the question around employment of foreign nationals. So during the financial year in question, the department spearheaded a workshop on employment of foreign nationals. And present at that workshop was the Department of Employment and Labour, the Department of Home Affairs, South African Police Services, agricultural stakeholders, international organizations such as International Labour Organization, where we engaged around the issue and the complexity relating to the issue. Flowing from that workshop, the department, as an assistance to all of the agricultural sector, brought out in consultation with Department of Employment and Labour, we developed a practical guideline for employing foreign nationals, and that particular guideline has been issued to all of our agricultural stakeholders in order to guide in terms of the processes involved with employment of foreign nationals where these are employed. In terms of enforcement of the correct recruitment processes, unfortunately, that is beyond the mandate of the department, but the partnerships that we've established, especially with Department of Employment and Labour, has facilitated that particular process and has ensured that that particular department undertakes its responsibilities. In terms of enforcement and compliance. Certainly the position from the department is very clear that where foreign nationals are employed, due process must be followed in adherence to legislation and prescripts, and that's also the position that we have taken in respect of this particular practical guideline for the employment of foreign nationals. Thank you, Chairperson and members.
I was asked to talk about food security. I think it's Honorable Blanques who has asked the question. Just to say, in terms of the 4,000 plus minus 4,000 food security projects, it's across the province. We normally split our budget percentage-wise, of which the bulk of the budget, about 40%, will be spent in the metropole. The others are between 10 to 15% for the C municipalities. However, it's between very small household gardens, anything between 3.4 meters and a little bit more than that. And the amount is more or less split between 1,500 to maximum 5,000 rand. Although the big cost drivers there are the water tanks, because we would like people to harvest water and not use municipal water, because it's just too expensive. And the other one is obviously, if you look at the metropole and elsewhere in the country, is that poor soil. So we need to buy compost. That is also a big cost driver. Obviously, because of the scale of household gardens, we don't expect them to submit financial, reports, because they are not there. However, we are giving training. It's compulsory to receive training before he or she can get support from us. And then we do follow-ups, site visits to these gardens. But we also have then information days and farmers days where we invite these people to build their capacity. There's other gardens as well, like school gardens and community gardens, a little bit bigger. But what we've learned over time is that you must reduce the number of beneficiaries because, conflict is an issue. The success rates are higher if the groups are smaller. And at schools, if we don't have a dedicated person, we would not love to support because, gardens don't know school holidays and Christmas and those kind of things. There should be people involved. As soon as there's somebody looking at those gardens, the success rate is high. We do, however, do more or less every 5-year external evaluation, and we can make that report available to the committee if they would like to receive that report. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, thank you very much. There was a question by Honorable Nkondlo on spending riverbanks. I don't see the question on page 14 because we don't transfer any funds to municipalities as a department. So I'm trying to read the report that I wrote. Again, I've read it twice on this page, but I don't see the matter that you referred to unless you want to guide us.
While Honorable Nkondlo is looking at a question, you did indicate that Mr. Rockman is also going to answer a question.
Should I go ahead? I should go ahead.
Suggest that you go ahead. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the member that asked about our youth development programs. So, and also thank you for identifying that critical ingredient, collaboration and partnership. So I can indicate that we have a number of MOUs with our higher education sector. This would include all of the universities here, but also the TVET colleges. On the issue of MOUs, I mean, our footprint is quite wide in the province. As part of our graduate internship program, these students are hosted at what we call host employers, and each one of them has concluded an MOU with the department. And that total number is 154 host employers. Just to give you a flavor of that, that's African Harvesters in the Cape Metro, Prospect Muscadel Farm, Carston Boerdery, Elam Farm, Boyson's Tunnel Farming, just to get a sense of actual host employers. Maybe focusing on CPUT in particular, because there was a mention of that. Yes, students in their third year need to do a 3-month stint with an employer, get workplace experience, and so we've hosted 15 students. But that's not all in terms of the benefit to CPUT students, because they're also part of form a proportion of 120 graduate students who take up internships on a 24-month basis at those employers. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Ngondlo.
Okay, Chair. Perhaps let me clarify the HOD and then I can make a follow-up on my initial questions. I was relating HOD to what you have reported in page 14 on the work that is the department you are doing in rendering support of agricultural water use and irrigation agriculture. So I was relating to that, and I was just saying part of what you are involved in, as you state there, is water care projects, which include involving in the invasive alien clearing and rehabilitation. Now, the Department of Local Government, which and Department of Environment, which actually you are working with, I'm assuming, in implementing, the water resilience plan of the province, had reported that municipalities did not spend their grant. You see, and my question emanates from that, because both of you are working in the space, and I would assume that you play an even more important role from an environmental point of view to help with that, alien vegetation and related activities. So that was the question that I was asking. My other follow-up, so that that can be also answered. I think I hear the colleagues in terms of my question on transformation. I would really be appreciative if colleagues can try and understand my question in context. Minister says agriculture is a 10-year, is a long term, which I agree fully with that. Now, one would want to understand that where we are in the Western Cape with this growth, what is the percentage of ownership pattern changes in the agriculture? That was my question. And I think that could be explained, And secondly, I'm asking, what are the household earnings? So that data should be available. If colleagues do not have it now, I'm sure they could always be able to provide such, so that when we look at the growth of the sector, it's good to look at it, but we also must look, at the entire value chain, at the beneficiation of the people that are working in the sector, and that is why I was asking, also the household earnings, which include, yes, salaries and other things, So I think that was my question. So if that clarity can be provided, even if it's provided at a later stage, Chair, with verifiable information that one can be able to look at.
Thank you, Honorable Ngondlo. I note that Honorable Nkensu is also hands is up. Honorable Nkensu.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to also as a build up to the question Honorable Nkondlo raised in respect to transformation. I think the MEC and the department should take this committee to confidence in respect to black ownership in the industry. Let's not mince our words about that. Black ownership. What is the rate of black ownership in the agricultural sector? And the attempt to break that down according to subsectors as the sector is broad. That's the first. I felt that I must also get into that. In respect to labor, the OJD could not clearly respond to that question because they talk about productive relations, right? But the nature of issues that deal with are not unions also are not named. So I think the department should assist us on that so that we don't assume. In respect to foreign nationals, okay, let me see. We will amend the convening of the workshop of what and so on. Okay. But is there commitment from the sector, not department? Is there commitment from the sector in respect to this question of the use of foreign nationals and in particular undocumented foreign nationals? Is there commitment? Go away with such. Because, okay, and if given that there was this workshop and some undertakings, should any particular farm or employ foreign nationals and worse undocumented and not complying with the prescript of the law or labor laws? What is the response, or is there no penalty in respect to that? Or what is the response from the government in enforcing? I'm not suggesting that you, but given your competence, I'm comfortable, Chair, with the response in respect to the possible collaboration and so on. Maybe that's another point, and maybe when we deal with resolutions, right? We are going to deal with it. Thank you very much. Those were my follow-up questions. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, I just want to remind your colleagues that we're dealing with the Department of Agriculture, and the issues of labor, they are obviously housed within the Labor Department. And I think we must really try and confine our engagement with the department with regards to this report. And I think it will help us a great deal. But if we do need to invite the Department of Labor, we could definitely do so, and they can come and account on matters that relates to how labor is governed in the province as it relates to agriculture. But I hand over to the minister, if the minister is willing to account on those matters that relates to labor and foreign labor as well. You are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and to the honourable members. I think we have recognized that there is a need to have a discussion about the employment of foreign nationals. We know it's a topical discussion, and therefore Daryl Jacobs has indicated what we have done. We are committed to fair labor practices in South Africa, and therefore the issue of the enforcement of the guidelines, as Daryl Jacobs rightly pointed out, is the work in the domain of the Department of Labor and Employment. But I'm also on the record that we will do everything possible from this government side to make sure that we are implementing the practical guidelines on the employment of foreign nationals in the agricultural sector. It's also to my personal benefit because I have set some targets for agricultural exports. And if there's any abuse of these rules in terms of employment, it will limit my capacity and my strategy to export, because you cannot export in terms of the international accreditation and systems that are in place for fair labor practices. If it is found that you do not subscribe to fair labor practices, those countries abroad through both the Global Gap and the VITA and the CITA, they will not allow exports to take place when there is such abuse of labor practices. But I'm also calling on this committee chair and yourself and the honourable member who raised this matter to help us and assist us in pushing for fair labor practices in all sectors, not only in agriculture. And I also welcome your ruling chair to invite the Department of Employment and Labour to perhaps a future committee meeting. Should that be the resolution of this committee, I fully support that. Honourable member, the issues that was raised in terms of transformation, you will also see on page 130 of the report, there are some specific in program 3, agricultural producer support, in terms of the deciduous fruit industry. For the purpose, about 23 million rand was spent for the purpose of establishing black farmers in transforming the agricultural sector through the Black Producers Commercialization Program. As members of this committee will know that we have a program to develop black commercial farmers, and the funding is allocated therefore in this particular program. But I think the HOD may want to further make some comments, but I think the matters that was raised here before this committee, I am confident that the agricultural sector, and specifically the commercial agricultural sector, that they are committed in implementing the practical guidelines on the employment of foreign nationals. And if any of their members are violating these particular rules, and if there are any organization here, and if any member know of any farmer that violates this, please bring it under my attention, and we will certainly take this matter forward. Because we do not want in this sector growth at the expense of employment. This government is on record. We want fair labor practices, and that's why we had this workshop with the various institutions. And if there are any institution that is on the record that has evidence that something else is happening, please bring it under my attention.
Chair, thank you very much. Briefly, I think on the issue of the water care and field care that Member Nkonzo clarified, and in particular alien clearing, I think it's something that we will have to take up with the colleagues to understand what the real issues are and assist where we need to, because our alien clearing and river protection works in general. We work with irrigation boards and water users associations, and it's something that we can clarify with the colleagues and assist if there's a need for us to assist. I think Minister has covered the issue around transformation. Maybe the commitment from our side is that we could possibly engage the Stats SA and get some data that could perhaps be shared with the committee, and I think that may be at the district level, because the data at that level is not up to farm level. It's something that we could look at. But I've also gone to the Constitution just to reflect on what the mandate of the department is, and I think Derek tried to explain that we support people once they are landed. If people have no land, they can never become our client, because you need land, you need water before you can actually start farming, and that's really what we do. But that is the offer that we want to put before you, Chair. We will try and unpack the data from Stats SA and make it available to the committee. Thanks.
Honorable members, those were the answers from the department. Are there further follow-up questions? Before you do follow-up, Honorable Nkonzo, I'm just going to really comment on the alien vegetation clearing. I know Alderman Saki Franken is very passionate about this. This is definitely, an issue of water scarcity. And if we don't really deal with it, Minister, from the Department of Agriculture point of view, you might be in trouble, because you remember the last time the allocation of water as a result of drought, the residents of the city of Cape Town had to allocate a portion of water to agriculture in order to ensure that we are food secured. So they might also come back and say, Minister, what are you doing with regards to alien vegetation clearing to ensure that, you know, there is always enough water for food production instead of passing the cost to the consumers. Honorable Ngondlo, over to you. Thank you.
No, thanks for the responses, and I would await the information, Chair. I just have a new questions, Chair. But before the new questions, I sincerely want to comment around the presentation, Minister, in the HOD about the growth of the sector. Because for me, I think whilst we must celebrate the growth of the sector, I think the challenges of the sector that includes in these issues that we're talking about, you know, of use of illegal immigrants, you know, because they are a challenge for the sector. And correctly, as you are saying, we must look at that in context to the commitment of this provincial government around jobs. So for me, I think the presentation must be able to take those into account. It must also take into account the conditions of the same agri workers, you know, the living standards and all of that, so that we've got a balanced picture. It's one thing to really present, because we are not a spokesperson of the agri sector. We are an important player as government, but it's important that we are able to do that. And hopefully, Chair, in the engagements with the Department of Labour, perhaps also the department, including ourselves, we may need to invite the organized industry, you know, around this particular question, so that we have a conversation with them, because as public reps, it is our responsibility to ensure protection of the interest of our citizens. So I think it's important for me to raise that, because one issue, Chair, maybe to move from this, to look at page, I think it's page 31. It's page 31. The page. I have the wrong question. Sorry, Chair. I wanted to talk on the land use. I think I'm just trying to see. Yeah, I think it's page 21. I think on the land use management, the question for me there on page 31, colleagues, is just to understand, particularly on the loss of agricultural zoned land to development, whether you don't see that as a major risk. And that has to do with what you have related on the cultivation of crops, which is only possible on about 2 million hectares. But with the applications, the number of applications for subdivisions, you know, for rezoning of agricultural land, one is asking one question, particularly in this reporting year, that what is the trend that you are seeing as the Department of Agriculture, particularly in terms of the rezoning, you know, of agricultural land to something else, whether it's, you know, upmarket property developments or so, you know, and what risk does that have, you know, on the very food security that we are talking about, and what conversation are you having around this as a risk, you know, in terms of a spatial planning? I think for me that is one of the issues that I think it's important for us also to sort of consider. And then I think in page 20. Also, one of the things that you are mentioning there is the challenge, which I think repeatedly, I think you have raised around the issue of CASP and ILIMA projects funding by National Treasury and the Department of Agriculture, so that, you know, you are able to support the waiting periods that you have to endure in receiving the financial support. And now the question is that what are the discussions that we have had with both Treasury and the Department of Agriculture, the National Department, around this on this funding model? Is there a change envisaged in the funding model? Because one would have had how this impacts on the very emerging farmers, in particular. So one is interested of the type of conversations you are having around, looking at how CASP can be remodeled if it can, or if it remains, what kind of timelines that could be agreed between national and the province to deal with the problem of the long waiting periods. So those are my new questions for now, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ngondlo. Just on the land use, I just want to sponsor a question from my side. We have passed the bill of the Preservation and Development of Agricultural Land Bill, PDAL. And one of the areas that is looking at is to ensure that we preserve agricultural land in the country, because there's been a concern with regards to amount of agricultural land that is being lost to other use. I think the question really for me is that what has been the situation in the Western Cape in terms of the loss of agricultural land to other users, and measures that are being taken to ensure that we protect those land being lost to other users. Thank you, Minister. Over to you.
No, thank you to those questions. I think Honourable Member Nkondlo raises a very important matter. And I'm very happy, Chair, that you did refer to the Preservation of Agricultural Land Act. That is an act of this country. You ask us what type of conversations did we have and what is the nature of that conversations. Well, I have met with the industry and I told them I'm the Minister of Agriculture. I am not the Minister of Mining. My job is to protect agricultural land. So I am, like you, concerned about it. And rightly, as you pointed out, for the reasons of food security. There was an application for a mine in Napier, in the Cape Agulhas region, for about a 4,000 hectare, very important agricultural land. Also dealing with the issue of biodiversity. So I have met in September, since you asked about what type of conversations is taking place. I have met with my HOD, and the colleagues here met with the Overberg District Municipality. I've met with the Cape Agulhas Municipality, together with the farmers in that area, the grain farmers in particular, met with also Cape Nature was also present, as well as the Department of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning and the local farming communities. And we have agreed about a process, and I'm very happy to report that that application has now been set aside for that. But I was also informed that there are a number of other applications. If it is land that is not suitable for agricultural purposes, or if there were no agricultural value over years and no agricultural production activities, obviously that can be a different conversation. But when it comes to productive agricultural land, this is the view of this government, that we will oppose it as obviously as a concerned and affected party in terms of all of this application and processes. And we are working very closely with Cape Nature, with the local farming community, and with the various district municipalities. All of them objected to this application, and I'm very happy that that application was rejected.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to ask Darrell to just give details around the risk in terms of the agricultural land, and with respect to the CASP and Elema, there are indeed conversations with the National Agriculture and the Treasury and National Treasury, the 10 by 10, And I think what we're really advocating for is that the grant should actually be moved back to where it was. It was at some point Schedule 4, which allowed us to move with speed and with agility as we receive requests from the farmers. It's since then moved to Schedule 5, and that is why the time lag is creating a lot of challenges. Suffice to say, the thinking now is to merge the CASP and the LEMA grant. That is the discussion we have with the National Treasury. And the big issue for us will be that it must change from being Schedule 5 to Schedule 4, that enable us to be nimble in our approach. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The question in terms of what is the trend and what risk does it have in terms of agricultural land, it's a very appropriate question, because there is no doubt that agricultural land is under extreme pressure. It's under extreme pressure because I mean, there's been a growth of lifestyle estates as an example, and certainly the position from our department is very clear, and the trend is also fairly consistent in terms of the numbers of applications per annum. If you look over the last few years, our position is very clear that agricultural land will not be sacrificed, and so our response is consistently that we do not support the relinquishing of agricultural land for any other purpose, and that agricultural land must be protected at all costs. However, having said that, in terms of the Spatial Planning Land Use Management Act, that is vested in terms of authority within municipalities. And so while we are simply a commenting authority, I'm glad to say that even in terms of SPLUMA, our comments are still greatly valued and it's taken on board, but it's not always taken on board or accepted. And so our position is well understood as well within the municipalities, but SPLUMA does vest the authority within the municipal structures. But our position is very clear. Agricultural land must be protected at all costs. And when the applications come through, as they flood through at times, our position, as I say, is communicated unambiguously. Yeah, so I think, Chairperson and member, it's a very appropriate question, because that does pose enormous risks for agriculture, but our position is very clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, HOD and DDG. I think, honorable members, we're moving now to Part B. Part B is performance information, pages 50 to 139. Can I see by indication of hands? Honorable Bryant, Honorable Ngonto, anyone online? Honorable Stoffel, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, good morning, Chairperson. Am I audible?
You are audible. You can go ahead.
I'm Beauty Stoffels, and I'm also an alternate member of the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Welcome. Thank you. Honorable Bryant and Honorable Ngoto, you can follow.
Thanks, Chair. So yeah, I'm just coming back to the veterinary services point that I raised earlier. I mean, overall, very good performance. There were just those two targets that were a bit of a challenge, and that was the laboratory tests and the veterinary public health samples tested as well. I know the Minister has spoken previously about some very ambitious plans that he has for veterinary services in the province. And I suppose the question is just in terms of going forward, in terms of those testing indicators and veterinary services in general, what the plans are to improve that and take it to the next level. Thanks.
Over to you, Honorable Ngonto.
Thank you, Chair. On Part B, page 50, paragraph 4, I think the department reports there on the issue of the Lower Olifants River. Just wanted to check if we can get any update regarding this matter, given that the canal is the primary bulk water conveyance system for Matsikama at this point, and what steps have been taken to sort of expedite this particular process, considering also that water shedding challenges are faced now by the Matsikama community, So how is the department dealing with this water supply issue? And on page 65, actually, it takes us to the discussion we're just having now about, the competing interest and the protection or preservation of agricultural land. If you look at what's raised there in paragraph 2, relating the pressure of agricultural land in the city, Stellenbosch, Paarl, and George, particularly around township development. Now, the question that one has around this is there any assessment that you have done in terms of losing productive agricultural land in these particular areas, and what proactive measures, that you would have implemented, And again, as I think the director was responding to your role, in terms of these applications, which are about you just making comments. I'm not sure, Minister, both at the level of cabinet or at the level of engaging with MEC of local government, because as you say, the buck stops with the municipality. You can make your recommendations, but the bulk stops with the municipality. Now, with these competing interests, and at most, with private developers at times putting up very lucrative property development opportunities that can increase revenue for a municipality. And we are coming from a COVID times where revenues for municipalities, have shrunk. So municipalities are looking at ways of making money, but also, Chairperson, as you know, in the city or urban settings, we're dealing with the increasing population as in-migration is facing us. So indeed, agricultural land is in dire pressure, because particularly if you see for the poor communities who are actually now getting into, agricultural land, environmental spaces. My question is really the conversation about this particular situation with these municipalities, and beyond just an open-ended conversation, is there a concern? Are municipalities understanding, these competing interests? Because there's a long-term effect, that we must look at, both at an economic side of things where, yes, you can easily make money from the property development, but also communities that are, because there is no land available for human settlements. So this is one issue, and I'm just extrapolating from this issue in paragraph 2 to understand how is this issue being mitigated by yourselves as the department. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ngondlo and Honorable Bryant. I've got also a question, Minister. This relates to extension services. We know that there is an issue that has been raised with the Minister of Agriculture at national level regarding the extension services officers whose contract have been terminated. I just want to establish if there has been any employment of such, call it graduates to assist in terms of improving the services in the province. And the second one is obviously regarding the animal health or animal diseases. Our challenge here in South Africa is primarily, the lack of enough veterinary doctors to supply services. My alma mater, University of the Free State, has been given the license to train students to become veterinary doctors. My question, Minister, is there an opportunity that you are looking at with University of either Stellenbosch or Cape Town or CPUT to consider having veterinary training here in this province to ensure that we've got also a supply of veterinary doctors in the Western Cape? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the members, and welcome to Honourable Member Beauty Stoffels to this committee. We also value and appreciate her comments and input. Honourable Chair, the issue of the veterinary services, as Honourable Member Dave Bryant has indicated, is a matter that is on my agenda, will continue to be on my agenda. I have asked, for example, that at the next cabinet meeting, that my HOD prepare a cabinet submission to ask for in principle approval for the tabling of a veterinary services bill, which this committee will have to deal with. So at the next cabinet meeting, there will be a cabinet submission to ask the cabinet in principle approval so that I can introduce a bill through this committee. So that is my commitment. Then Honourable Member asked, what is the future plans for veterinary services? Well, as you know, in terms of Schedule 5 of the Constitution, veterinary services like abattoirs as well, and ambulance services are provincial exclusive legislative competence, which means it is within the sole mandate of a provincial government. And that is precisely why we are taking up that responsibility in line with also the comments that the Chair has now made. So this is definitely for me a top priority. The question relating to the targets of the lab and the test, there's an excellent answer which the department can give and what has happened as a result of that, so we can give a proper answer. Honourable Member Nkondlo raised a very important matter, and I'm very happy she raised it, because I'm also concerned about the rural economic development. And I can mention that both the Mero and the Pero express a deep concern about these particular matters, raises a number of issues that we need to respond to. And as the Honourable Member knows, the National Minister will this coming Wednesday table in the National Parliament the medium-term budget policy statement, upon which we will then table the medium budget policy statement, which is a direct response, as the Honourable Member will know, to both the Pero and the Mero. The Honourable Member will also appreciate that I have now asked, in fact, over this weekend, I've called the Director of Cabinet Services and I've asked him specifically for the date when Cabinet can meet agriculture. We traditionally did this also on the side event of NAMPO, which is normally in September, where I invite all the cabinet ministers to meet all the agricultural sector, together with the municipalities where we raise this particular matters. So the issue of land use planning, there's always tensions, because first thing, development always brings tension. If there's no tension, there's no development. The nature of development is there must be tension between various stakeholders. So there's always tension between land and access to land and land use planning. And so this is very natural, and we must welcome those particular tensions. And there's always tension about water, housing, land, agriculture, and economic development. What is required is an honest conversation about the best use of this land, taking into consideration all the various requirements of society. So there will always be tensions in these things, but I have, in this previous 5 years, also had a municipal agricultural summit, because many agriculture takes place within a municipal area of jurisdiction. And I want to make sure that we are on the same path. That's why we have a thing called joint up government, integrated government with municipalities, so that we have a common understanding of where they are going and where we are going, and where the Minister of Local Government and Development Planning is also going, so that we have unity of purpose and taking the best decisions in the best interest of people, but not for the short term, not for the development and big profits, but for the long-term sustainability of agriculture in this province. The HOD will respond to the issue of the extension officers, and I have an excellent answer, but I think it's better for him to articulate it. Then I'm very happy the HOD, the head of the department, asked a question about animal health. The honourable member will know that this is an act that was on the books since 2002, but not enacted. And we are very sad that that has taken 22 years that this act has not been enforced. I'm so happy, Honourable Member Brinkhuis, that this act, and the Chair will be very happy, at our first MINMEC, this was the item that was on, in fact, there were only 2 items on the agenda of the MINMEC. This is the MECs for agriculture when we met with the national minister. At that MINMEC, there were only 2 items. One was animal health and how we're going to proceed with the implementation of this. The second matter that was raised was the issue of food security. And I know there were some questions previously about food security and food gardens, but I think you will also see in the report later on of Casidra, the chair and the CEO and the members will extensively indicate what we are doing in terms of food security. But the Animal Health Act and the diseases are, for me, critical, because that will also allocate some responsibilities to provinces in order, because we have seen an increase in foot and mouth disease, swine fever, avian flu, and all of these diseases. This government has now developed a strategy called One Health, that is human health and the integration with animal health. And as you know, Honourable Member Brinkhuis, every meat that you eat are tested by this department, so to make sure, and also within the halal industry, to make sure that the meals and the meat are meeting the health and safety standards. I'm very happy that Honourable Member Chairperson Mr. Masipa raised the issue of veterinary training. You can't have a country of 70 million people and you have only one institution that provide veterinary services. If you look at the livestock industry, this is simply not internationally acceptable. I think the norm is to have about 700 vets per 100,000 population. That's the international norm. We in South Africa have 70 vets for 100,000. So this indicates that we have a massive shortage of vets in South Africa, and this is a serious problem. So, like the chair, I welcome the fact that there is now another institution, I know it's the alma mater, where the chair recently received also a master's degree in sustainable agriculture, and I want to congratulate him on behalf of the government. But this is something that I believe that we need some further research as to where other institutions should be to develop animal health training. I don't want to commit myself to the Western Cape government. It might be a greater need for Eastern Cape. There might be a greater need for KwaZulu-Natal, but I'm not going to exclude the Western Cape. But I first want to see what is the research saying, what is the guidance from the research, and what are the institutions saying, whether they are fit. Otherwise, I commit myself to something without having done proper consultation. But I am in line with what the chairperson said. I am extremely worried that we do not have enough vets, but I'm handing over to the issue of the targets that you referred to, Honourable Member Bryant, and also the issue of the extension officers, which the HOD will answer. But if the chair invites me to his alma mater at the next training of the state vets, I will certainly accept the invitation to join him in Free State.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask Dr. Caesar to respond to the underperformance and Darrell to respond to Lorva on page 50. And if I can respond briefly, short answer. We don't have graduate extension workers in the Western Cape. We decided from the beginning that the process was flawed. We did not trust the process. And I took a decision. I'm not going to expose the department to a process that was not I was not comfortable with. So we don't have such people in the Western Cape. Thanks.
Over to you, Honorable Msiza, Dadem Msiza, Kaiser Chiefs.
Oh, thank you, Chair. It's Sundowns. Chair, my understanding is that I'm supposed to articulate the issue on tests or the veterinary laboratories. I just want to make sure that I captured it. And with the underperformance is the reason thereof, I think it's for the last number of months or a year, the facility had to undergo a massive renovation. So as a result, during that time, we had to close and concentrate on renovating and making sure that the facility meets the international standards. But one of the things that, although the report, if you check under the thing, it shows the figure is grossly that nothing was done. But however, if you really look at the thing with the way arrangements made in terms of contingency measures to ensure that the tests were done. I mean, sorry, the industry or our livestock producers were taken care of. However, because in this report, the indicator states that's the number of tests performed by the lab. We couldn't report on those ones, but the ones that were done by those other facilities, they were able to proceed with those tests. And the number of tests that are done at the lab previously and currently, we are trying to come back to that number. We had 44 different tests, of which 23 of them were accredited. And we are gradually pulling back to reach that, to ensure that all those tests are done. And at the peak of the lab, we used to test something like 310,000 tests, but currently we are basically going back to that one. Thank you, Chair. I hope I covered what was answered.
Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, just on the question of the LORWA, Aisha Peterson, Director Sustainable Resource Use and Management, is very up to date with the status of LORWA. So if I can just refer it to her, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. With regards to LORWA, the first thing that we need to understand is that the infrastructure belongs to the Lower Olifants Water User Association. And the role that we as agriculture play is really supporting them in the preventative maintenance of the canal. And in that way, we ensuring that the canal doesn't break like it did now on the 19th of September. When a break takes place, it means that 11 towns and the agriculture sector is impacted. We have in this financial year, we've spent 7.3 million supporting the Water User Association. They invest their allocation as well, and our allocation is just to further the preventative maintenance that is being done. Over the last 5 years, we've spent approximately 30 million in collaboration with the Water User Association. Thank you.
Just on the question of Member Bryant, I think the short answer is service delivery was not affected. Farmers got services from private laboratories, whilst ours was been revamped. So that was not affected anyhow. I think that's the short answer.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, HOD. We know what happened with Kaiser Chiefs and Sundowns over the weekend, so yeah. Honorable Bryant, do you have a follow-up question?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chair. And thanks for the response. It's just one very brief follow-up. I mean, I'm just, in terms of the setting of the targets, I mean, was the renovation of the laboratory anticipated? Because if it was, then I'm just trying to work out why that target was still set, knowing that it was going to be a challenge. Maybe that's, yeah, maybe it's more of a point. But I mean, it was anticipated that it was going to happen. Yeah.
HOD, over to you.
Yes, it was, but delayed. Yes.
Honorable members, I propose that, Honorable Ngontlo, protesting.
Isn't it, Chair?
On section B, I was proposing that we move to section D. But if you still have follow-up question on section B, let's continue.
Chairperson, on page 65, can I just get some update regarding the posts that are mentioned here, and particularly in the veterinary services, which I think for some time have always been operating with a very lean staff. What's the update, starting from the disaster risk reduction to district managers to this post in the veterinary services, and what's the impact of these vacancies to the delivery of services by the department itself? And then on page 73, Chair, I think the program on interns, I'm just interested to know, I see that the department has actually overachieved in terms of the target. I just want to know what happens post this internship. Have any of these been placed either in the department or anywhere else? Do you have any program that do you track the interns post that? And on page, I think on page 80, yeah, that's page 80. I see that on the number of green jobs, you have overachieved by 418. So my interest here is that the creation of these additional jobs, did they place any strain on the departmental budget? If so, how did we mitigate the negative impact?
Are you done, Honorable Ngontlo? Okay. Honorable Bryant? Done. Honorable Brenghuis?
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, the number of farmers supported with advice. See, the target was 4,000 and achieved 4,393. Can I just get some estimation that the number of farmers that was reached 4,393? There is 4,393 out of how many farmers in the Western Cape? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I hand over to you. But before I hand over to the Minister, can we proceed to D after this round of questions so that we really on time? Thank you, Minister.
Chair, I hand over to the HOD.
Chair, thank you very much. Jerry Aris will respond to the question around the 4,393 farmers as to what is the population of the farmers that we're talking about. The questions raised by Member Ngontlo, I think vacancies will always have a a massive impact on the functioning of organizations, and ours is not different. But what we have done over the last probably a decade and a half is through collaborating with industry and partnering, and that enables us to still roll even without the number of people that we need. The risk, though, is Minister referred to the fact that every meat or steak or poultry that you consume in the province must be checked by us. And the risk is, to what extent will we be able to ensure that safety for your meat going forward with the limited numbers that we have? But that's something that we are engaging ourselves in the department with the Treasury, both the PT and the NT. But of course, we know the economy in our country is not at the level that it should be able to deliver the kind of things we're able to that we need. Page 73, the issue around the intents, I want Paul Rockman to respond to that, and Asia Peterson to respond to the issue around the green jobs, the additional 400 jobs, as to what that did to the functioning in terms of the resources. Thanks.
Can proceed. Mr. Rockman.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, member, thank you very much for that question. A keen interest of us is to say, what is the success rate of our internship program? And success is, there's a clear criterion for that. Enter the internship program for it to translate into a job. And so I can indicate the following. Given the information at our disposal, 75% of our graduate interns eventually get employment. And it happens that, and if you ask, how do we get that information? At two levels. One is, it's a 24-month program. So at any one point, interns might exit, because while they're part of the program, we of course encourage them to search for jobs and opportunities. And so at that point, of course, they provide a reason and we can record that. Of course, there's a proportion of students that exit the program after the 24-month period. But again, we have tried our very best to maintain contact through emails and telephone contact with them. And so again, the information is that within 4 months after they've exited the program, there is a good percentage of them that eventually also then get employed. For the past year, the year under review, 44 were employed in the sector, in the agri sector, 12 employed in other departments, 3 employed abroad, of course, that the USA working on farmers program, and then 3 others also pursued further studies after exiting the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. With regards to green jobs, we work in collaboration with Water User Association and irrigation boards. And in addition to the support that we provide, those institutions, they add their own funding. And in that way, the number of jobs is increased, as well as hectares that is cleared would be increased. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you for the question. Just to say that our extension and advisory services are actually demand-driven. That's the first thing. But however, we prioritize the farmers that are getting funding from us. We are trying to visit them once a month. But you asked how many farmers in terms of our farmer producer register. That's just over 7,000 farmers at this stage. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Minister and HOD. Can we proceed, honorable members, to section D? Or is there pending follow-up question, or can we keep it for resolution? Thank you. Section D. Section. As a guide in terms of pages, or section D, 158 to 197. Honorable Bryant, no question. Honorable Brengace, going once, going twice.
I've got a question, Chair.
You've got a question, Honorable Stoffel?
Yes. Once again, good morning. Am I audible, Chair?
You're audible, ma'am. You can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning, MEC. My question is on page 164 in terms of human resource management. It's referred to table 3.2.1, employment and vacancies by program as at 31st March 2024. The question reads as follows. What are the details of the unfilled posts and how many of these vacancies are a result of the moratorium on filling the positions? Yes, Chair. I think that is my question, Chair. Chairperson?
I noted your question. Thank you, Honorable Stoffel. Honorable members in the House, no question? Honorable Minister?
Thank you to Honorable Member Stoffel. I'm handing over to the HOD.
Chair, thanks. Mr. Rockman, please respond.
Member, thank you very much for that question. Maybe let me just add a qualification there. There's no moratorium. I suppose you are indicating that there's a particular more stringent approach in terms of gaining approval from the Premier to fill any post. So it has a slowdown effect in a sense, but there's no absolute moratorium on filling of posts. So yes, I think we acknowledge that it has an impact perhaps on the pace at which you can fill posts. You asked about the details of these posts. There are 19, so that's a snapshot exactly at 31st of March. Who are the warm bodies there and where there is nobody in a particular post? And that tally is 19. And that 19, it's various posts: land use technician, deputy director, senior agricultural economist, farm aides, laboratory assistants, state vet, farm aid, admin officer, just to give you a sense of the 19 posts that was vacant right at that time at 31st of March. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Nkensu, you have got a question?
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson Masipa. Page 170. 3.4.4. About 16 of your staff resigned. Of that 16, 11 could not disclose the reason for their departure. What does that mean? What does that mean? Because one is deeply interested, so that we can be able to appreciate the conditions of employment in the department of these workers in this instance. That's the first one. Related to that is the age. If you look at 3.4.5, the number of workers who are living in 25 and 44. The cause for concern. And lastly, kindly distribute that level. Where is that drawn from? In terms of the levels, are they from the senior level, middle management, or what? You know, so I'm interested on that, and as well as from which rate, for instance, so that this resignation should not impact with the equity in the department, or to what extent are they impacting? Maybe I should pose that. Thanks, Chair. Let me just pause there.
Thank you, Honorable Ngensu. Over to you, Minister. Oh, apologies. Honorable Ngondlo, apologies, Minister.
Before they answer, Chair, I just wanted to check, I think, on the initial question of Member Stoffels, because I think with the various departments, we have been told about the DPSA directive, and its implications. So when I think the department says there's no moratorium, I'm not sure whether they are not impacted, because I'm not sure whether that DPSA puts a moratorium, but I understand that there is some cap on appointments which affects all departments. So I just wanted to make a follow-up in light of the response that was given and how such is affecting this particular department, the DPSA directive. Thank you.
Over to you, Minister and HOD.
Thank you very much. On the DPSA, I think it will obviously impact us like every other government department, in the sense that it will slow down appointments. The risk for us is, if you look at my age profile, 25% of my staff complement is between the ages of 55 and 64. And that's a massive risk. And for as long as that directive is active, it means that I'm slowed down in terms of replacement when people exit. I think it's a no-brainer that it will affect all of us in different ways. That's the challenge that we are having to contend with. With respect to the questions that were asked around table 3.4.4, the 16 people that have resigned, 11 with no reasons. I wish I had reasons why they left, because there's a process in government to then allow people to give us some feedback as to why they leave. But if they choose not to tell us, we're not getting wisdom from them leaving the system. And I think that's really the one challenge that we are dealing with. But it's something that together with the CSC, I think we need to socialize the fact that when people leave, it's important that they empower the employer so that we know whatever we need to improve, if there's anything we need to improve from our side in terms of that. With regards to table 3.4.5, you asking a question around the age groups between 25 and 39, which is actually up to 49. Actually, these are the people that are, in our view, globally, these are highly mobile people, and changing of jobs becomes very standard at those particular ages. But I'm sure if there's any response from the CSC colleagues, they can add to that. With respect to a follow-up question around the levels of the people that exit, I think it's on 347, the next page, table 3.4.7. It tells us exactly which levels are those people that have actually resigned from the department. Paul, I'm not sure if you want to add something that I may missed.
Covered, actually. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Minister, on page 65, it talks about critical occupations. I note that veterinary service, veterinarian, there's active posts, which are about 24, and the number of posts filled is about 21. So there's a vacancy rate of about 12.5%. Page, sorry, 165. The question is really primarily as to, is the number 24 the correct number in terms of the need for the province veterinary service that you require? If not, what is really the correct number that you will need in order to fulfill your role in this particular area? And when will these positions that are vacant gonna be filled as well? Thank you.
Chair, the department can deal with the technical issues in terms of when those posts will be filled. But as a matter of principle, given that the fact that the national government and the MINMEC has recently discussed the Animal Health Act and of 2002 that will now come to provinces, there will be a need to relook at the organogram of that particular functionality, critical occupations. But even given the fact that I am tabling a veterinary services bill, this is a unit that certainly, and given that we are far below the international norm of vets in South Africa, this is a matter that will seriously have to be relooked through a new organizational redesign. In terms of the specific, in terms of the numbers and the post, perhaps the HOD could just give us an indication. But certainly, veterinary services will receive my detailed attention in this year, in the next 12 months.
Chair, thank you very much. I think Minister covered it, but in terms of details, I think they are at various stages of recruitment. We can provide those details in a separate report if the committee wishes to have that. But in terms of the number of active posts, on a straight line, one could say double everything by 2, because our org structure is 1,600 and we only have 800 staff members, funded posts within the department. Thanks, Chair.
I see there's 2 hands, Honorable Ngontlo's hand and Honorable Mpensu. Honorable members, I've noted there are 4 that have joined us there at the back. They haven't really introduced themselves. If I may give them an opportunity to introduce themselves before we proceed with the questions.
Good morning, Chairperson, members. Warren Wilson, Department of the Premier, People Management.
Good morning, Liesel Baran, People Management, Department of the Premier.
Good morning, Mariki Kotze, Manager of Agriculture and Casidra from the Auditor General.
Hi, good morning. My name is Nuria Eli. I'm still not going to elaborate from where I'm from, but that's my name. Good morning.
Honorable Ngontlo, over to you.
So it's not on the specific page. I just wanted to reflect in what HOD have said, particularly because also when you look at the performance information of the department, at most on their targets, they overachieve on their baselines. And one would be looking at that in terms of, the vacancy rate or even their staffing, that if you are able to sort of overachieve your targets, indeed, question is those particular vacancies, what additional value are they going to bring, given the fact that even now, in terms of your staff complement, you are able to overachieve whilst you've got this a number of vacancies. I'm just saying, if I was sitting at the Premier's office, that is, I think that gentleman over there having to look at this department or any, I'm always going to look at their request for staffing against their performance and the impact of the vacancies on their performance. And if there is none, surely it means this department, and as I think that the HOD was positive in saying that they've been running for the past 10 years. So indeed, it may actually call for them to relook if they need those posts and perhaps reconfigure. And those vacancies can actually be set aside. Perhaps I think for me, if you look at this, at that year in and year out, people are overachieving against that. It means it's either, the targets that you are setting are very low, they can achieve them with the blink of an eye, or really your that particular function is something that must go for job evaluation.
Thank you, Honorable Ngontlo. Over to Honorable Mpensu.
Yeah, thank you very much. No, on the 11 workers who left the department without informing their reasons, because, of course, in many institutions, there will be what is called exit interview. Yes, of course, one may have a democratic right not to disclose the reason for the or to be interested, or those or the authorities. As this, but to some of us, it may perhaps make us to believe that maybe there is some degree of toxicity in the department. Would that be a fair assumption? Also, I'm concerned that the department is not interested in this question to a point of understanding as to where are they going to. You know, in other departments, here in the province, they were able to account to us and say, yes, they are leaving, and they are joining this particular sector, either private sector, City of Cape Town, or this or that municipalities. So the department here is unable to take us through in respect to that. Because if you know, you'll be able to say, okay, probably what are the pulling or pushing factors, and what should be our response? You know, so I'm concerned, unless you could not have time to take us through in that particular respect, you know, because we're deeply interested. And issue which I felt that I must just make a follow-up on, because it's a cause for concern, because you can't afford to lose one. As you know, as you indicated, due to fiscal constraint, it takes time for the department or for any government department to fill a vacant position. Thanks.
Thank you, honorable members. I hand over to Minister and the HOD.
Thank you to the honorable member to the question. The honorable member make an assumption, and I would very much like to get the evidence and the data and the facts that support his assumption, then I can respond. The evidence that we have before us is in table 3.4.5, which in any department, in fact, you will see this in every single department, in fact, even in the private sector. This is the pattern that you will see, that between the age group of 25 and about 50, that's the age group when you find a turnover in any organization. You can go through every department. When you start a job, you first want to build stability up to the age of 25, which is indicated. At the age of between 25 and about 50, you look for other opportunities, and that is a norm and a standard HR practice universally. When you get to the age of 50 and over, you suddenly start to think about my stability, and whether you like it or not, your pension. It also affects people in this room. When you reach your age of 50, you think about your retirement age, your stability, and whatever benefits you have, and very rarely you find a turnover in that particular regard. So if you draw this on a graph, this is an international norm in terms of organizations. Although currently situation is people, particularly young people, they are moving faster from jobs because of the nature of the global job market. But this is a pattern and a norm that you will find in every single organization, mainly.
Very much. I think Minister has covered the question properly, but if you look at 11 out of 863 persons, it's about 1.2%. And if people choose not to tell us why they leave, I mean, there's absolutely nothing we can do as the employer. We wish we knew why they leave, but we know where they are going, but we don't know why they leave. Because when they leave, they tell us, I'm going to the City of Cape Town, I'm going to this department and so on, but they don't tell us why they choose to leave our employ. Member Nkondo, I think you raised a very sharp point, and maybe that's the reason why we're not funded properly in that agriculture globally, because we make mints, we make we innovate in terms of partnering, and collaborating with other people than we achieved for the last 10 years. It is assumed, therefore, that because they achieve, they don't need that capacity. The reality of the matter is that it does harm the people in the long run, because how many of this team here will remain healthy for the longest time? Because some people here are doubling up and others are doing 3 people's jobs in the interest of service delivery in the Western Cape. And I think that's probably the West, we are our own West enemy in that sense. That in the last 10 years, we're leveraging about 100 to 150 billion rands per annum from the private sector to do the work that that we need to do. I don't know how else to look at it, but if our staff establishment was to be doubled up, I'm sure we could triple up, if not quadruple, the number of outputs that you see. Because the reality of the matter is that the need for service delivery is higher than what we can provide. And what we've done here, we achieved because of those partnership. And I think you just made me think differently about it, that success is also an enemy of the people who are succeeding. And I think that's what you see in agriculture, in this department in particular. Thanks.
Thank you, HOD. Honorable members, I hand over to members at the back, our colleagues at the back, if they have got any question to ask the minister or the HOD. No question. So coming to the question of the Department of Agriculture, both nationally and provincially, the chairperson of Casidra will know quite well, having occupied the position of CEO at Agri-SA, that agriculture is the most underfunded department at national level. I think if you compare to other entities, I think it's getting something like 1% of the total gross allocation from national in terms of funding. So that's a concern, Honorable Ngontlo and the Minister, and I think that's one area that I think, Minister, in the GNU, you might have to really advocate quite strongly to ensure that, you know, there is an increased funding towards agriculture, you know, because I think it's a very important sector to drive job and obviously economic growth, and especially when it comes to export market, we definitely need a thriving agriculture. With those words, I think we come into the end of the Department of Agriculture accounting to this portfolio committee. Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you to HOD, thank you to officials for responding to the questions. We are going to break for tea, and when we come back, we will deal with Casidra. Those that would like to be dismissed from the Department of Agriculture are welcome to do so. Should they wish to stay, they can also stay and witness their colleagues being grilled, or being in the hot seat. Thank you very much. We're going to break for tea. We'll be back at 10:20. Thank you. Honorable members, before I hand over to the department, again, what we're going to do is we're going to allow the CEO and the chairperson and the minister to provide an overview, opening remarks, and thereafter then we will allow you members to engage on both the part A of the report and as well as the overview and the remarks. Over to you, Minister and the CEO and the chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson and members of the committee, as well as those members who are online. I'm happy to be present when Casidra is tabling the annual report, an outstanding state-owned company. In my view, the best state-owned company in South Africa, more than 30 years of excellent audit outcomes, unheard of in the history of South Africa. Excellent work done by the CEO and the CFO and the management team, Dr. Keith du Plessis. In this period of the review, I want to put on the record my thanks and appreciation for the previous chairperson of Casidra, Professor Johan Kirsten, and the appointment of Christo van der Rede, an outstanding appointment, excellent experience and excellent learning knowledge he bringing to Casidra as the chairperson of the board. He is also today accompanied by the chairperson of the Audit and the Risk Committee, and I'm particularly happy for the work that they have done in terms of the transition, in terms of the changeover of the leadership. But this is an outstanding company. Many of the questions that was asked about the work that this institution is doing, and the reference in the previous meeting was towards the Government of National Unity. Now, as you know, the Government of National Unity has 3 priorities. Number 1, building inclusive economic growth. Casidra plays in the space. Number 2, in terms of the GNU, it is the priority to reduce poverty. This is exactly the mandate of Casidra, and I'm particularly happy. The 3rd priority of the Government of National Unity is to build a capable state. I now present to you a capable organization in the form of Casidra, and I want to thank you for this opportunity to present the annual report through the chairperson of the board, as well as the chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee, as well as the CEO, Dr. Keith du Plessis, and our CFO and senior management team. I'm extremely proud of the work that this body is doing, and since the work of my term of office going into the future will focus also on the whole issue of food security, and this is exactly what Casidra is doing. And so therefore, Chair, I proudly present the work of this state-owned company where the Minister of Agriculture is the sole shareholder, and I regularly attend, according to the minutes, I regularly attend the meetings that is requested of me in terms of the statutory requirements. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Over to you, CEO and Chairperson, for your overview.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Minister, for those kind words. Thank you again for giving us an opportunity to come and account to Parliament. Obviously, Casidra continues to play a significant role in assisting the Western Cape Department of Agriculture in rolling out its comprehensive agriculture support program, as well as the Lima Letsema food security program. Then we obviously also assist the department with implementing disaster support projects. This year or last year, between April 23 and March 24, we implemented roughly about 6.4 million rands worth of disaster support projects for the department. We completed about 166 community food security projects, and we completed just over 3,000 household food security projects. That was also projects that was initiated last year that we also completed. Then there are also a number of projects that were initiated in previous years that we completed last year. I think that was close to 7,000 community and household food security projects that we completed. So all in all, we completed close to 10,000 food security projects last year. Then obviously in terms of the number of farmers that we trained is just over 4,000. There we didn't reach our target, but we will speak to that when we come to Part B, the discussions around Part B. We've also assisted the Breede Olifants in a catchment management agency in delivering about 2.5 million rands worth of water tanks. That is a project that we also now started to work with the department and because maybe you can remember earlier, I think it was Jerry Aris that mentioned that the department also deliver water tanks with their food security gardens, and we now working with the department to see whether we can't collaborate on that particular one with the private sector or with the agency from the Water Catchment Management Agency. Then we delivered roughly about 155 million rands worth of projects for the department last year. We've also did about 40 farmers that we assist in the financial record keeping. So all in all, we did a number of things at the chairperson, and obviously we're very proud in terms of what we've achieved, but we also believe that there's a lot of things that we still need to improve on. And again, we can touch on those things. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, CEO. Over to you, Chairperson. And welcome once again.
Thank you, Chair. I think one of the biggest challenges for an entity such as Casita remains funding. If you look at the overall National Agriculture Department's budget, it amounts to roughly 17 billion rand. If you do the calculations in terms of the overall budget or revenue from a national treasury, 2.3 trillion rand, it represents a mere 0.8% of the national budget. And that obviously has a massive impact on the money that the Provincial Department of Agriculture receives, and ultimately it has an impact on the money that is made available to an entity such as Casita. Now, I know the National Fiscus has a massive challenge in terms of enough money, and is under pressure from education, is under pressure from various other departments. But food security lays the basis for stability in any country. If you look at what happened in 2008, in many of our countries to the north of us, it was food insecurity that led to a change in government, that led to social upheaval. And it's critical that you need access to cheap financing, you need access to grants and things like that in order for agriculture at a household level, at a small scale farmer level, at a commercial farmer level, to really take it to the next level. Our big challenge obviously is in terms of enough money being made available for also land reform purposes, etc. I'm now talking at the national level and also the spillover impact of that at the provincial level, and obviously the impact it has on an entity such as Casita that depend on funding from government, provincial government via national government. So that's the background to the dilemma that we face as an entity. And secondly, obviously, how do you make use of that funding to ensure that you deliver impactful programs? Because it's one thing to say we have delivered X amount of programs. What is the impact thereof? I come from an industry where it's important for us to measure. Take, for example, the wool growers. Wool growers will tell you we have 4,000 black farmers. What happened to those 4,000 black farmers over a period of 10 years or 15 years? We've seen how the income of those farmers have grown from X amount to almost, times 10. And how that has impact on the socio-economic circumstances of those farmers. We have tremendous success stories in terms of how a simple intervention, for example, the right DNA being infused into the flocks of those farmers, have changed the fortunes, because suddenly they have now wool that can be exported to the rest of the world. And we all know that it's through exports that you really change the fortunes of farmers. So yes, there's a whole lot of factors that we need to take into account when it comes to the rollout of programs, ensuring that those programs are impactful. But in the final analysis, without money, you can do very little. And we've seen, how with the right amount of money, with the right type of interventions, and with the right support, we can address circumstances at a household food security level, as well as a small farmer and even at a commercial farmer level, because the entire system is integrated. Because what happens to a commercial farmer has an impact on a small-scale farmer. If the price of fertilizer goes up, if the price of diesel goes up, it affects everyone. So this is important that we have a holistic approach to all of these things. And as a board, we obviously keep the bigger picture in mind. And keeping that bigger picture in mind, it is then important to ask ourselves, what should be the role of CACIDRA in terms of making sure that whatever we do adds value to that bigger picture. So thank you to the Minister for his support, for the Department of Agriculture, also for to the staff under the leadership of Dr. Du Plessis, as well as my fellow board members. I must really, and I can attest to the fact that they are all upright, ethical people that have the interest of the organization, the interest of the country at heart. And I think with the necessary support, CACIDRA can become a vehicle of great significance, but more so a vehicle of best practice that can be shared with the rest of the country. That is the ideal that we strive for. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. I don't know if HOD wants to provide any overview.
Chair, nothing from my side except to thank the Chairperson and the CEO for the great work they do to support us in the Western Cape.
Thank you, HOD. Honorable members, it's now time that allow you to interrogate the overview. And Part A of the report, pages 6 to 12. Can I see with a show of hands? Honorable Bryant, Honorable Ngondlo. No one online. Honorable Vessel, Honorable Nkensu. Going once,
Yes.
going twice.
Yes, Chair. I've got also a question.
Okay, thank you. Recognized. Honorable Bryant, you can go.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you again to CACIDRA for the presentation. Definitely some very exciting progress being made, and it really is fantastic to see an entity working in lockstep with the department and with the provincial government in general towards the same, achieving the same goals. I was at the National Assembly for the previous term of office, and I can assure you there are some entities that don't work quite like that. With some of the national departments, and it really is so good to see the collaboration. One of the things that was mentioned was the challenges with budget, and not in terms of spending the budget, but potentially not having enough money to do more with the resources and the personnel at your disposal. But I've noted as well that in spite of those budgetary challenges, CACIDRA has managed to generate over 200 million rand in its own revenue. And that is some of that through private sources as well. which I think is a fantastic, sign. But I think the concern would probably be going forward if one isn't able to sustain that private funding into the future. So, it's a really, really positive thing. But can you just give us some sort of indication in terms of the stability of that funding going forward and potentially augmenting those private revenue streams even further? Thanks.
Honorable Bryant, just a reminder, if you can always just refer to a page so that you can help them to locate where.
Thanks, Chair. I was more in response to the address, but yeah, sure.
Thank you, Honorable Ngondlo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to the colleagues for the remarks. My first question, I think, has to do with maybe just the entity with the minister, of course, to explain to us what, in your view, is the project management value proposition of CASIDRA as a mandate, and what this entity, as a state-owned entity, must provide. I understand the projects that they are running, this one and the other one. But for me, I'm interested to know, if you say CASIDRA provides a project management capability or capacity, what is that? Maybe you could assist, which is something that would help me to understand why you get involved in this project or the other, and what is it that you bring that is unique, in terms of that project management capability. The second one, in terms of food security, perhaps, Chair, also here is to understand what does the entity means by food security project. Is food security equals food gardens? Is that what you mean when you say you've been involved in food security projects? You would then outline the number. Does that equate a food garden project? And with that, how do you measure these? Because I see from the minister to the previous chair, you talk about how these are a contribution to poverty alleviation, to inequality, which are very high-end sort of outcome results or impact results. So how would you measure what contribution you are making if you say in a particular area you've implemented this food poverty alleviation of food gardens? How would you measure whether in those particular households you've actually made them food secure? So I think that's my second question. And then my third one, Chair, is also in the comments of the previous chair, on lobbying private and public sector partners. I'm interested just to understand what is the current triple P framework that you are using as CASIDRA to engage in this, and what is the triple P model when you get involved with projects with private sector? I'm assuming the public is the community. So what is entailed there, so that we get to have some kind of an insight? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ngondlo. Honorable Stoffel.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think mine is also on page 8 in terms of the achievements. Let me just open it. As much as there is achievement, Comrade Chairperson, and in terms of the projects, I think it will be necessary for them to give us a breakdown of these projects, and also to indicate to us these projects that is being allocated to municipalities, what is the total beneficiaries of that? Who is the beneficiaries of those projects? And my second question is that on page 12, the micro-organizational structure, what are the plans to increase the presentation of women in the management team? Currently, there's no much of women within this management team. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. CEO and Minister, I've got a question on page 8, and it relates to what Honorable Bryant has also asked. The page 8 on CACIDRA has continued to build the financial resilience displayed in 2022-2023 financial year and ended the year showing an approximately 1.7 million profit. This was mainly achieved through meticulous management of cash flow and operating costs. CACIDRA's total revenue for the period under review was 202 million rands in this regard. CACIDRA's operation received funds totaling 35.3 million. I think my question really is about this 202 million generation. If you can just maybe clarify as to, is the fee charged by you? Are you charging the entity that you supply service to, or do you charge the department, and how the structure of those fees are looking like? Thanks very much. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you, Minister. The question around the 200 million rand revenue, Honorable Bryant, I think I will ask the CFO to respond. And then, but I think it's important to understand, maybe I can also mention quickly before I give over to him, the 202 million rand revenue includes the 155 million rand that we receive from the Department of Agriculture for the implementation of CASP. And so bulk of that 202 million is actually the 155 million that is, sorry, the 155 million that has actually been channeled via us into the province. So we actually have to in our books, we have to state it as revenue that we've generated, which is actually not revenue that necessarily we went to chase in terms of our own business development capabilities. But then obviously there is this, there's always this funding gap that we need to then go out and make sure that we cover all our costs, and that we do through doing extra work through Cape Nature municipalities. So that is how we then generate additional income. And then maybe Chairperson, if you allow to answer your question then. So what then happens is that once we've the 35 million rand core funding is actually then used to actually operate our operational expenses. That will be to also implement CASP and some of the food security projects. And then we then the other projects that we then do for Cape Nature and for municipalities, we actually put a fee on that. So there we would charge a fee. Cape Nature, we charge a particular fee. Depending on the complexity of the project, we will charge anything between 8 and 18% at this stage for the implementation of projects. Chairperson, I don't know if my CFO wants to elaborate. He can elaborate. Then the question concerning that Honourable Gontlo asked around the value proposition for CACIDRA. I will take that question. I will. And then also there was a question around food security. What does the entity mean with what a food security project is? I will leave that to our Chief Program Officer, David Neff, to answer. And how do we measure the impact?
CEO, just apologies.
Oh, sorry.
The people at the gallery, can you be quieter? Otherwise, we might not be able to record what is CEO is saying. Thank you. CEO, you can proceed. I just want to get who they are. I just want to also extend our welcome to you for joining us in this discussion of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Economic Development and Tourism. At the moment, the presentation is being done by CASIDRA, which support food security and is an entity of the Department of Agriculture in the Western Cape. Welcome.
Welcome, everybody. So then in terms of the next question, lobbying, private sector, public private sector partnerships. What is the current model that we're using? I will touch on that, and then Honourable Stoffels asked us to give a breakdown in terms of projects allocated to municipalities and who is the beneficiaries that we can probably provide afterwards. We can provide a full list of projects that is implemented in the various regions of the Western Cape. And women in management, I will ask my HC manager to, so in these seconds, to respond. So maybe if I can quickly go back to the second question, then explain our value proposition. So our value proposition, Chairperson, is that we are as stated, we are a Schedule 3D public or government business enterprise. So it allows us a little bit more flexibility, particularly around procurement. So we have a little bit more flexibility in terms of how we procure. And then obviously our value proposition to our clients would be that we would be able to allow them to focus on their core businesses. So should it be Department of Correctional Services, they can look after the prisoners, and we can run the gardens for them. Similar to Department of Education, focus on education, and we can then run gardens, set up gardens for you. So focus on your core business, and we will assist you in reaching some of your targets. So that is, in a nutshell, is what we would provide government departments. In terms of our private sector clients, we've realized that a lot of private sector clients actually want to do business with government, but they don't know how to, and we can then play that facilitating role in terms of assisting them to do projects with government, and we can be that sort of facilitator from that perspective. That makes us very unique because obviously not all, especially in the Western Cape, not all companies is able to play that particular role. Then I will quickly also touch on the private public sector relationships. Now, for us to actually do the triple P as how the DTIC would want us to do, we would have to do projects that is in excess of R1 billion. Now, currently, we do not play in that space. We do not do projects of that magnitude. At this stage, our relationships with the private sector is formed through a process that we go out on what we call an expression of interest. And during that expression of interest process, we allow companies in to engage with us around a specific. We actually have we had 8 subsectors: aquaculture, energy, agri-processing that we've listed, and then companies then engage with us, and we then do what we call a MOU with that particular company. If we find them to sort of meet the criteria for expression of interest. Once we've done that MOU, we are then open to engage with that particular company to a point where we can develop projects together. We can and we can source funding together. And then what then happens at the end is we sign a specific service level agreement for each particular project that we then decide to embark on together. So then we would cover that through a service level agreement. So we haven't got at this stage large scale projects that warrant us to go into the large triple P agreements as per what the DTIC, I think, at this stage would want us to do. Yes, then I will quickly hand over to my Chief Program Officer to touch on food security projects.
CEO, before the CFO touch on the food security program, I just want to remind members that on the 3rd of October, as a resolution from our engagement with CASIDRA, we have requested CASIDRA to provide us with a list of food security projects that it supports and funds in its respective location. We do have it in an email. It has been emailed to us. So I just want to indicate to Honorable Stoffel that I know that she's not a permanent member of this committee. We have received this information. We can definitely share with you the information, and I'll ask the procedural officer to maybe just share the information with all the members that are alternate in this portfolio committee. But thank you. You can proceed, CEO.
Chairperson, I just want to find out whether my CFO actually wants to add something on the 200 million, and then the CPO will continue.
Chair, thank you. When you look at CASIDRA's income, we can divide it into mainly two streams. The one is directly funding for CASIDRA to pay the CASIDRA expenses such as salaries and accommodation, transport, and that is to keep the company running. The second one is project funding. When we sign an agreement with a department or with a funder, we don't touch that funds, and we don't add any fee to that. Specifically for the department, annually we sign the shareholders compact, and the transfer funding through the shareholders compact is the remuneration for CASIDRA. When it comes to the accounting part, we also then split the two by showing funds for CASIDRA and the project funding. For those projects, for instance, such as Cape Nature, where we do charge a fee, we've got a scale from 5%, where it's, for instance, only the administration of a project, up to approximately 18%, where we say we must do a design, we must do a business plan, we must do the implementation, we must do the payment, everything. So that's the maximum that we will charge. Over a number of years, we've done an average calculation, and we found that CASIDRA's annual fee, based on the amount implemented, is in the region of a 7 or 8% over a number of years. So therefore, we try to keep the cost as low as possible, and we do not touch the funding that we receive as project funding. So if, for instance, a project is 5 million rands, that is the value that will land up on the ground. I think that is that's more or less it, besides if there are follow-ups.
Chair, I just want to respond to the food security question. What does food security mean in CASIDRA's context? At this point in time, we are the secretariat of the committee that approves applications for food security funding. And our team then is part of that approval process. After approval, that project is then assigned to the different members within our team that rolls out basically food gardens in communities and then household gardens. So, and in terms of our targets, we count the number of food gardens in communities, whether it's schools, clinics, and then the number of food household food gardens that is supported. So, and in terms of impact, there's a 5-year assessment report that is done through our UTA, funded by the department, where the impact of that food gardens is measured, and lessons learned out of that report is taken forward. What CASIDRA is at the moment looking at is how do we create room for aggregation of some of that gardens, and there's some conversations happening around possible aggregation of the food garden so that we can have greater impact. And so this is where we are at in terms of food gardens, in terms of Casidra. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, I'll respond on the question of female representation. I think just context that one of the key priorities of the current employment equity plan is to address female representation in categories 11 to 15. For that, unfortunately, we need movement in the form of an exit and or funding in terms of new budget. So that's the nuances we play to. And then also, I think just to also give the committee context, we also have a succession plan, particularly for persons in the age group closer to retirement, and we're trying to address the milestones of female representation through that as well.
Thank you, CEO, and thank you to the officials as response. I just want to, I received the notification that with us today is the People's Rural Organization Seniors and Disabled Persons from Porterville and Nyanga Social Justice Transformation Group. The Nyanga group is led by Mr. Jerome Chacham, and the Porterville group led by Mr. Leroy Josephs. I just want to say, as the portfolio chairperson, welcome to WCPP. As I indicated earlier, we are deliberating on the annual reports. We are on the final part of the deliberation, but there is scope afterwards, so you are welcome to join us at 2 o'clock. Thank you, CEO. Is there any follow-up question from the members? There seem to be no follow-up. Do we have any follow-up online? I just want to do a follow-up from where I sit. In terms of the value add, obviously from your projects, from economic growth, what metrics are being used to really kind of measure what really the value that your projects that you're funding are really a success or not a success? Food security obviously is to ensure that there is no zero hunger, but there are obviously projects that are for commercial purposes. I just want to really get a feel as to what are the metrics that are being used to ensure that, you know, your projects are a success, and these projects must be funded continuously. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, CEO. Honorable Bryant.
Sorry, Chair, there's just one follow-up. So you say you've split the funding up between your project funding and then other work that you charge entities like Cape Nature for. So obviously Cape Nature is also a provincial government entity. So sort of money moving across from one entity to the next, which is obviously understandable in terms of charging for services. But what are the sort of majority of services, the bulk of the services that you are charging an entity like Cape Nature for? I'm just thinking in terms of, you know, potentially future planning, whether or not that should be something that should be built into their own processes so that we don't have to kind of recycle government money from one entity to another.
Over to you, Minister and the CEO.
Chair, I think I'm going to ask the Chief Executive Officer to answer that. But I think there was a question about food security and how that works, and the word that was used was UTA. I would like them to explain what UTA is. It's on page 15 of the report.
We're not there yet, Minister, but you are welcome to give us the answers in advance.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honourable Brian. I think the metrics for success, when it comes to the food security and cost, it's obviously that it's measured through reports that obviously is done for the Western Cape Department of Agriculture through external service providers, obviously to give more merit to the actual results. So there we will obviously look at things like whether the actual gardens are still operational, whether what people actually do with the gardens and whether they generate income through it. But I think the department obviously will be better to respond on that. When it comes to our projects that we deliver for other clients, there it would probably be it is mainly whether the specific objectives of that particular project is met. So whether it is if it's a fencing project, I'm making an example. Did the fence go up? Did we is whatever we put the fence up, is it protected? So those discussions we will have with the client. But in general, we will make sure that from our perspective that the deliverables as per the project set is met. So often then the measurement of outcome is then measured by the entity for who we actually do the work. So that's that's some sort of a working together with a partnership with the actual entity. So for Cape Nature, for example, the majority of services that we will deliver for them is actually the delivering of infrastructure work, or the actual, for them currently we're doing kilometers and kilometers worth of fencing projects where we actually put their resorts, we fence off their resorts, and we for example do upgrades for them on some of the facilities. So those type of projects, we sit with them, they say what they want, and we then draw up the whole project plan in terms of how we will deliver those projects. Other things that we also do for them is, for example, feasibility studies. They've got the big money spinners in Whale Trail and things like that. So obviously, they would like to see whether they cannot duplicate it, and we will then look at either doing feasibility studies for them on that particular project, for example. So the range of service again, it's broad, but I think bulk of that is also not only project management but also procurement related. So we make sure that we manage that whole procurement from or the whole project from procurement straight to the implementation of the project, and managing, making sure that the actual product is delivered. So, and then in terms of unit for technical assistance, what we would do there is we would so the department would they would come to us and they would say that there's this beneficiary that would particularly want to have he would want to buy a piece of land. And what we will then do is we will through this UTA, Unit for Technical Assistance, we will do feasibility to make sure that that it actually is feasible to buy that piece of land. We will look at if it requires legal representation, that the legal representative is appointed. So we will also manage that particular process on behalf of the beneficiary. Yeah. Check.
Chair, and I think it's very important to understand the value add of Casidra. I think one of the major value adds is cost. In other words, as a project management entity, it can come into that space with a cheaper, costing, as opposed to other entities that will charge exorbitant amounts. Because the main focus of Casidra is to deliver sustainable, long-term quality projects in communities. And if it's solely driven by just the private sector, then it means you then sit with pricing that at the end of the day erodes the capital that should actually go towards the project and the beneficiary. So that is a particular value add, and that's why as a board, we emphasize the importance of highly skilled project management people within Casidra to assist government and other entities to bring community projects to the table or assist with those type of projects that can benefit communities. Then I think The other big value add is the holistic approach. Being within agriculture for many years, our bigger challenge is the fragmentation of all the different elements to ensure that land reform, the establishment of black farmers are really being done in a way that it guarantees success. Now, this is a dangerous thing to say, especially when it comes to agriculture. Agriculture is a high risk. You start a farm, within the first 6 months, there's a drought, or suddenly there's other cost drivers that push up the cost of production and so forth. And especially when you borrow money, you owe the bank money and the interest rates goes up, then you have a problem in terms of ensuring the sustainability. And I think what the CASIDRA is doing, and that will be a very big emphasis from our board, is to ensure that we have a holistic approach to 5 key elements. Those elements actually underlie the entire value chain of agriculture, starting with land reform. If you look at the Land Holdings Committee and the success rate there, then it becomes a worrying trend, because many of farms that were given to communities are not that successful. It becomes a poverty trap. And that's why interventions from an entity such as CASIDRA is so important. So land reform is a basic tenet or a building block that we focus on. The second one, obviously, is financing. As I said, you cannot farm without finance. You need finance to pay your workers, to buy your diesel, to buy your seed on an annual basis. But the cost of financing is the bigger challenge, because if you go to a bank or wherever and they charge you interest rate, they also require collateral, then you run into a challenge. So I think integration between all the various elements within government. You've got DALRAT that provides funding. You have the National Empowerment Fund that sits with fund. You sit with the DITC with funding. You have various trusts that have funding available. Then you have the Land Bank for funding. So how do you consolidate all of those units that can contribute towards funding and financing, especially black farmers, and to make that funding as cheap as possible, and to have a grant portion that assists those farmers within the first 4 to 5 years to ensure their success. The next step, obviously, is training. There's a number of institutions that do training. There's your agricultural colleges, your universities, but more so the Agri-CETA and the various other institutions. How do you build a network of institutions that can provide training on an ongoing basis? And I want to commend the CEO for the kind of financial support that they provided to the farming sector. I think CASIDRA is the only unit in government that assists farmers with their accounting services, because it's important for new farmers to be able to produce a set of financial records. If you can produce a set of financial records within the first 3 years, then you stand a better chance of getting funding from banks. Obviously, support and extension services. People don't realize how important it is for extension services. Somebody that visit the farm, the farmer, advise the farmer in terms of what to plant, when to plant, what risk to take care of, and so forth. Earlier this morning, we've heard about the massive impact of veterinarian or biosecurity on farms. If you have a disease, for example, foot and mouth and other diseases, it can wipe out your livestock, it can wipe out your crops. So extension services is even more critical. And then last but not least, markets. In other words, how do we ensure that farmers get access to local markets? What role can municipalities play in terms of creating a space where farmers, local people can come and trade their vegetables, their livestock, and so forth? Obviously, it must happen within the confines of the law. We have shifted the world towards high-level malls. When I often go to the rural areas and people brag about, oh, there's a mall coming, I said, wow, will a mall necessarily help you as a farmer, as a local person, to really be able to become an entrepreneur in your own right, because we know what malls are all about. There's certainly nothing wrong with it. All that I'm saying, how do we ensure that municipalities create local markets, but more so, how do we ensure that farmers that are able to export can access international markets? Because if you do an analysis of the growth rate of many of our local areas, that growth rate is dependent on economic activity. But if that economic activity is aligned with exports, then the growth rate can easily, and a growth rate of 3% can easily be attained. And that's what we've seen. It's areas like Ceres and other areas where there's a focus on exports, the massive growth that those areas in particular can attain, and it becomes obviously a massive job opportunity for people. So I think Casidra has a massive opportunity to bring all of those elements together, bring the partners together, so that at the end of the day, we provide a holistic service so that farmers enjoy and have equal access to the entire value chain, whether it's from the input side, the production side, the output side, market side, export side, and so forth. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. I see a hand of Honorable Bryant. Honorable Ngontlo, you covered. We're still on section A.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, I just want to come back to this issue with the funding for these projects, and I'm sorry I'm new to this, as I've only been here for a few months, but I still don't quite understand in terms of how this works with Casidra providing sort of being involved in fencing projects. So now, I mean, Cape Nature, for instance, if they wanted to get a contractor in to put fencing up, I'm trying to understand why they need to work via the separate entity. Is it because it's between agricultural land and a nature reserve, or what is the reason for taking that funding, Casidra charging Cape Nature to do the project, and then getting the contractor in to put up the fencing, why the one entity can't do that? I just don't quite understand. If you can just explain to me, just for my own understanding. Thanks.
Sorry, CEO. Just Honorable Ngontlo, while you stepped out, your question was answered. Yeah, unfortunately, you will find it on the handset. Yeah. So I just want to state something that before you answer the question to Honorable Bryant, that the concurrent mandate that Casidra has got also agriculture, regional planning and development, soil conservation, tourism, trade, etc., on page 11. But over to you, CEO.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. Good question. I think I think it's important to understand that it might sound simple to put up a fence and you just procure and then somebody will come and set it up. And we've realized over the number of years, and I think Cape Nature has realized that it's not that simple. So what they then require would be a project management company that will actually then manage that whole process for them. So so they require a particular service. For example, they would also require fire breaks or alien invasives to be cleared and things like that. And the question is also then, why don't they do it themselves? And this is exactly what we're saying. So we as a project management entity would come in and we would manage that whole process for them at a better rate. I believe that the private sector would actually be able to render to them, and we will then assist them in reaching that particular target that they've set out for themselves. So I do understand the question, but I think it lies with the complexity of managing service providers, managing the project itself, making sure that the deliverables are met on time. And I think what we've realized is, like municipalities, a lot of these entities and agencies, they struggle to actually meet those, because they would then have to almost appoint a separate set of people to run that particular project for them. And I think as Casidra, And being a state-owned company, being Provincial enterprise, we are, I think, excellently positioned to assist them in actually reaching their targets and making sure that particular deliverables are met. So it lies in the complexity of these projects, and I think they've struggled over years to manage service providers and things like that. So we are assisting them in that regard.
Also, for my own clarity, perhaps what Honourable Member Bryant wants to know, why is Cape Nature using Casidra? Is it a competitive bidding process? Is it open to the public? And then Casidra bid, and there's a better track record in putting up a fence, because anybody can put up a fence. So what is that process for bidding? Is there a bidding process? Because if Cape Nature wants to put up a fence, the first thing it needs to do, it needs to develop specifications. Secondly, the specifications must go out on a call for proposals. And then there's the whole supply chain management process. Specifications, call for proposals. We believe in open market economy. Everybody must be given an opportunity. What if there's somebody that can do a better job than Casidra? That's the question.
The accounting officer is not answering us, is channeling the question somewhere else. Honorable Ngonto?
In my absence, thank you that my question was answered. I would really ask if my answers maybe can be written, because obviously I didn't have sight. I had a family emergency. It was not like I just went out for the fun of it. But I think I just wanted to have on what the minister was asking, which is what Member Bryant, because my question was around that. What exactly is this project management capability, that Casidra says they offer, So I'm actually trying to get into that space to really understand what is the value proposition. Is it supply chain? Are they expertise in supply chain, and they are therefore claiming that's the service you're coming to buy from them? Is that instead of going your own procurement, we could do this? This is something, if it's something that we will have to resolve on, and maybe they must come and explain to us, perhaps is that, because I am really trying to find succinctly what exactly is this particular service that any entity, like as the example has been made, could not get in the open market or could not do it themselves. But also I see also Casidra in some of these would also go out and source, external service providers to offer the very same service. So I'm struggling in understanding what I think perhaps you'll call their theory of change.
Thank you, honorable members. I hand over to you, CEO, and the chair. One of the questions come from your shareholder.
Yeah, thanks. I think I'm quickly gonna let my CFO quickly respond, and then I will come.
Chair, we're not there yet, but we want to move into that market. Take, for instance, correctional services, who's doing food gardens for themselves. Or, for instance, a hospital or any other department trying to set up a food garden. What's their core business? The core business is education, or it's health of people. Now they must appoint someone and look after those things. And that is where we say, but let's see whether we can go into that market. Cape Nature is not into doing fencing and a lot of other things. They've got other business to do. So by giving that opportunity to Casidra, we are in a position to render that service to them. The other thing is, like I said, is the cost that we're charging them. It's not necessary for them to foot the other costs of the company, because we have got that covered. We will now concentrate on your contract and implement the contract on your behalf so that you can concentrate on your core business going forward. And then one other thing is we can also roll over the funds from this financial year into the next financial year. At year end, we don't pay the money that's not spent back to Treasury. We use it on the 1st of April. We just continue as if there was no year end in between.
Thank you, CEO. Members answered. If there are obviously, still burning concern with regards to the answers, we may also put them in writing. Can we move to part B of the performance report, pages 14 to 29? While members are looking, I will go first. On page 15, you talk about Land Reform Advisory Desk. In terms of this particular desk, Minister, what has been the success rate? And primarily, the success rate could come from, what has been the target in terms of what you want to achieve and what has been really the success with regards to this. And this goes back again to the question earlier with regards to what I've asked regarding the outcome, because for me, really, although I got the answer, but I will still look for answer that talks to your ministerial priority in terms of economic growth. What are those metrics that really show that we are on the right tracks, that you are monitoring on a regular basis to ensure that, CACIDRA is moving on the right direction in terms of what is the percentage of job creation contribution, what is the percentage in terms of economic output, provision from the CACIDRA side. So the question is around this Land Reform Advisory Desk. What really is what are the kind of targets that you have? What are really the outcome that you are looking for from this particular desk? Thanks, Minister. I've got Honorable Ngondlo also.
On the same page, 15, Chairperson. On the Entrepreneur Support Fund, I just want to know this market access program that CACIDRA is implementing. I want to check whether is this the similar program that Westgrow is also involved in. If not, how is the CACIDRA working within this aid duplication in terms of market access, and is this funded from the money of DTIC? My second question, Chair, is on page 16 under the job creation. That there is reported that there are 600 projects that were implemented and contributed positively to increase job opportunities within our province. Can I just get how many of these jobs that were created and the nature thereof? And then in terms of the dignity and well-being, perhaps it may link to my earlier question, and pardon me if I'm repeating because I was not here, that the communities that are referred to there, that on your food security team, you encourage communities and households to establish food gardens, thereby shifting the focus from food relief to food security. Which are the communities that are involved, the ones that actually participated in your food security work during this reporting year? Which were those communities, and how do those communities versus others access being part of the program? Thanks, Chair.
Minister and the CEO, before you answer, I just want to state that Section 118(1)(a) of the Constitution stipulates that a provincial legislature must facilitate public involvement in the legislative and other processes of the legislature and its committees. So we have got members of the public represented by Jerome Jajam and Mr. Leroy Joseph. I do not know if they want to sponsor any question on behalf of their community or not. If they do, they are welcome, but they must be in the chamber, come down in order to sponsor any question. Over to Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I think the Casidra will answer that question about the advisory desk, but if you read that paragraph on page 15, specifically in relation to question that was asked earlier, is to indicate that the main purpose of this desk is to assist black farmers who want to access land and commercial landowners who want to sell land in a transaction that will support agricultural transformation. This is also to help to facilitate change in the land ownership demographics in the province. That is was a question that was asked also earlier. Then the issue of the value proposition also of Casidra, you will also find that on page 16, in fact, the last paragraph, the ability of Casidra to move quickly and be adaptable in an environment that is constrained by cumbersome supply chain regulations, reporting and compliance requirements, and limited resources, as well as hands-on project implementation abilities. I think that's one of the biggest value propositions of Casidra in this agricultural value chain. Then there was a question about the Chair, I think it was your question about land reform. I think you have heard earlier that Dr. Trotsky has answered in the previous discussion part of that question, and he mentioned very clearly that the department is not responsible for the purchasing of land, but once people have land, we then give them some necessary support, so-called post-settlement support. One of the things that we do, and you've asked also about the evaluation and how Casidra is also doing that evaluation. We, as Dr. Trotsky indicated, since 2013, we did an external evaluation of the work once people have been settled on the land, what support we have given them and how they feel about the support. In 2013, he mentioned that there was 62% satisfaction rate. 2018, he mentioned there was a 72% satisfaction rate, and the last one was done in 2023, and there was a 83% success rate. That is in response to that, but I'm happy if you want some further follow-ups from Casidra, and then I think Casidra will also answer the question about market access, whether that is also related to DTIC and Westgrow.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister. I think the Minister basically responded us on the LREAD program. Basically, our LREAD program is run concurrently with UTA. So when we get the request that a farmer wants to buy a piece of land, and we get that request from the department, we will then make sure that the necessary studies are done and the support is given through the Unit for Technical Assistance. The enterprise the enterprise supplier ESF. I think that's a separate one from the market access program. I just want to clarify that. So the market access program is actually a program that we do. Obviously, we assist the Department of Agriculture in taking small farmers on exhibitions where they, for example, can go and take their products and display it to the rest of the world, like the China food shows and things like that. So we assist the department in getting those small farmers to those various trade shows. We then also assist them in in buying the stands, making sure obviously that they can display their products, whatever it is on foreign soil. So that is our support that we provide. We do work. I know Bongiswa can maybe answer herself, but I think they do work with Westgrow and other agencies in terms of delivering this particular service to the small farmers of the Western Cape. Then in terms of the job creation question, so the job creation question, so we don't necessarily count the particular jobs at this stage. What we do is we would provide when we would, for example, erect a warehouse on a farm, we would then actually count the man hours that was actually used in terms of erecting that particular warehouse on a particular farm. So that is the number of jobs that we would track. If we erect a fence, we will track the actual jobs that was actually used to erect that fence, and not necessarily the jobs that was created by the warehouse itself, because that is tracked by obviously the either the DTIC or the department itself. So we obviously also make sure that we make that information, we haven't tracked that in our annual reports or corporate plans as yet, but we are actually bringing that into our next year's corporate annual report. Hopefully you'll be able to see the actual man hours that we are creating through the jobs that we are putting out on the market. Then I'm quickly going to ask David to respond to the food gardens question. Which communities?
I suggest that we ask Michael McKenzie, he's the program manager food security. So he will.
I wanted to indicate that Mr. McKenzie has been quite looking forward to answer to account.
Yes, Chair, through the members. The households food security program, or the food security program, mainly the projects being implemented that include gardens, that include pigs, that include water tanks, that include chickens, is mainly been approved by the food security CPEC. That consists of stakeholders from different departments in the Western Cape government and small subsistence farmers. It's part of the committee. And that is right through the province, from Plettenberg Bay to Bitterfontein to Maritzburg. And that list, Chair, has been provided for the 23-24 to the provincial officer, to the members. That is all the areas. 45% of the budget being allocated for food securities in the metro area. And we also work with companies like SAB, companies like Sobright Checkers that have initiatives, and through your nutrition school program at your different schools and some local NGOs in communities for the implementation of the food security household program.
Thank you, CEO. I'm just going to explain this, what one is looking for. I think you've got the data. We were in KZN during my term in the National Assembly. And the question that I asked while we were at eThekwini Market was, how many of the smallholder farmers or emerging farmers are seeing their products on the shelves of the market? The department couldn't even tell in terms of the land reform projects that they have funded, those that were able to put their products on the shelf of the eThekwini Market. So I think you've got the data, but maybe the presentation of the data in terms of what the members are looking for, it could be provided differently in terms of who are those that you are supporting are contributing to an export market? Who are those that you are assisting are contributing to local, market that you will find at the Cape market for that matter? That I think will give us maybe, just a better picture of say, from the 225 or 202 million that you have spent, this is the kind of picture of economic contribution that we are seeing, Maybe we're seeing something like 500 million or 600 million, 500 being on the shelf of Cape market, 500 million being on the, European or so on market. That's really what from where I sit, I'm looking for. I don't know if members are looking for something different, but I think that's really the presentation of the data that one would love to see in the future, in terms of your contribution from a project management point of view. I mean, the chairperson did indicate that the pillars are land reform, financing, extension services, markets. What are the markets looking like from the contribution that you are making? And it support the ministerial priority as well, to say, this is how we are supporting the ministerial priorities. Thank you, CEO. I hand over to, I see the hand from Honorable Ngondlo.
Chair, I fully concur with you. I'm hoping we can get that information in that format. Because surely the colleagues, if you are going to put things in an annual report and you say you're making a contribution to this, you must quantify it, you see, so that at least we can substantiate. And I know, Minister, including the Premier, one of the things that they always pride themselves about is being data-driven. So there's no way we can speak about things and we can't, when we are asked for evidence, we can't give quantifiable evidence of this is what it contributes. If you call it a job, surely there is a definition of a job. So unless it is not, if it's still in transit towards a job, you must not name it a job. So I think let's really get the information so that, as you say, that's the question once again on your project management capability, because project management is about that, start to an end, this is what you are doing, and you can verify it. So that's what we expect when you tell us that you are assisting a department or any other entities with project management. So you must up your game when it comes to that. Chair, can I move with my questions?
You're welcome to move. Are you going to Part D of the?
No. I'm still on Part B.
All right. Proceed.
Page 21, Chair, on the corporate governance. Maybe before I even get to this question, I just want to make the comment that when I look at the 4 programs of CASIDRA, I can see program 1, 2, 3, all of them have actually overspent on their budgets, and they indicate financed by additional income. They do not explain what that means. Where did that additional income come from? It's there in program 1, it's there in program 2. Program 3 is the only one who actually program 4, I'm sorry, is the only one that has actually underspent, and it says due to a reclassification of activities to program 3. So I think one of the things that is constant or is standard is that at least in the notes, it helps when you explain the over or under expenditure, so that because this is a public document, we've got a sense of why. So that's my first comment. My second one is this one on this corporate governance compliance outcome. I see that your planned targets is 2 and you achieved 3, but your past performance has been a higher number. Now, I always ask this question: what happens when you choose to target downwards from a baseline where your achievement was both in 2021, 22, 2022, 23. It talks about number of statutory publications. And if one looks at your annual report, actually of 2022, 23, can see some of the reports you had to do to National Treasury. I do not know what else. So I'm not sure what changed in this particular reporting year. If you can explain that as my second question. And then Chair, also in as far as page 26 on food security. It says there actually there's an underachievement from the target across the three output indicators. And the reasons for deviation is the same. Additional funding approved caused the overachievement on one. Additional funding approved caused. Maybe we can get more information here about this. If you can just explain the overachievement, not underachievement. My apologies. And I'm raising this. I think we're asking in the department what happens when there is an overachievement, because the assumption from a budgetary point of view is that when you budget for achieving your target. So is there extra funding that you get that makes you achieve these extra numbers, or you still achieving within the budget that you are having? If maybe you can give me some clarity around that. Thanks, Chair.
Chairperson.
Member Stoffel.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Chair, mine is on page 14. Management of government farms. Chairperson, there is 2 farms that is under government. One is Vicral, and then the other one is Amalenstein. Now, Chair, in terms of the annual report, the committee did indicate that, yes, on Vicral there is problems in terms of, but the committee did mention in the report that there is stability in terms of the water in Vicral. But what I don't understand, Comrade Chair, is that in terms of the stability with the water in Vicral, but in the same breath, they are also indicating that there's a problem with the Vicral infrastructure. And that problem with the infrastructure caused that the dam is currently unable to store water effectively, posing significant challenges to the farm water management operations. Now, my concern with that statement is that if there is a problem with the infrastructure of the dam, how can the water situation be stable on that farm? Because the moment when the infrastructure of the dam is not in a good condition, there is challenges which immediately pose a threat to the farmer, to the people on the farm. So what is the intervention of Casidra in terms of that statement that they make? Coming to the second farm, and that's Amalenstein. Yes, we appreciate that they mentioned the total of employees on the farm, but there's no indication that there is a manager on the farm. And recently, as people who stay next to the farm, we know there was a loss of tons of milk on the farm because of antibiotic that was not been locked in some locker, and one of the workers poisoned the milk, and we have a loss of that milk on the farm. Now, my question is, if there is such activities happen there, why is there any disciplinary steps taken towards the manager on the farm? And also, because what we know is that there is disciplinary steps taken towards the worker or the workers on the farm, but not on the management. And then my second question, also on Amalin is that they indicate there is a relation with Casidra and smallholder farmers. Can they indicate to us who is this smallholder farmers on the farm? And the relation that is there is based on what? And then also, as Casidra indicated, the farm, there's a postponement in the handover of the farms. And as we all know, this handover of the farms is coming now from a couple of years ago. What is the hold up in terms of the handover of these farms to the beneficiaries of that community? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, honorable members. I just want to also just indicate with regards to these two farms, they have been handed over to us as members of parliament as matters that have not been resolved in the 6th parliament. So I think what we will obviously do is to go and conduct a proper oversight. But I hand over to the minister and the CEO to answer the questions.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to those questions about Amalienstein and Raikraal. And Chair, I welcome your proposal that the committee go there and visit these farms. I know that the chairperson of Casidra has paid a visit, and perhaps his initial comments can be also put on record here. There are some reasons why we have not yet handed over these farms, but I think the Casidra will explain that. I would very much like to be in a position to hand over a farm that is functional, profitable, sustainable to whichever community. I am not going to sit here and hand over a farm that is not sustainable and get the community in deeper trouble. My task is to make sure that we build sustainability through Casidra, and when there are structural problems, we need to address those particular problems. But I refuse to hand over a farm that will multiply and double the problems of the community. Farm that is not sustainable, that does not have water security, and that will not be a profitable business for the community. My task is to set the community up for success and not to set the community up for failure. Handing over these farms to the community will multiply the problems, and it will violate the principles of sustainability in terms of agriculture.
Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for the questions, and thank you, Minister, again for that response. I don't think I'm going to add anything to that. I think when it comes to additional income, I think I'm going to ask my CFO to respond to that. That is in relation to the comments in the report. Then, why did we choose to downward to reduce the number of? I think simply we've done a review on what we are reporting, and obviously things like budgets, dates of budgets, which we believe is in any case incorporated within your corporate plan. So we then reduce that number, and actually it's actually captured within the corporate plan, so we reduce it to the corporate plan and the annual report. So that is why there's only 2. Then provide yes, so provide a move in the overachievement. I will respond to that, and then there were questions around Amalien the dam vandalism. I think David CPO will respond to that. The disciplinary charges on the Amalien with the manager there. I think I'll let my HC manager respond to that. And then what smallholder farmers, the relationship between smallholder farmers and on Casidra at these farms. I'll let my chief program officer respond to that. So maybe I can hand over to CPO first, and then afterwards HC manager.
Sits here.
Yes, Chair. In terms of the management of the 2 farms, Waikra and Amalien. So in the report on page 14, the reference to the water situation has stabilized. So Stromdrift Dam is where the water allocation come from. And there is at the moment, in terms of our allocation, enough water for all the farming activities. But the concern remains to fill up our dam. The dam can only be filled up at this stage up to 40%, because the lining, the plastic lining on the dam has been vandalized due to informal settlements around in Duiselsdorp, people coming and cutting plastic for roofing and so on. So that's the challenge there. So if we say the water situation has stabilized, there's enough water, but to store all that water in that dam is the challenge. So we are engaging with a Department of Water and Sanitation and the dam engineer to give us advice. And at this stage, that a conversation is ongoing to resolve the lining issue. So that is in terms of Waikra and the water situation there. The other issue around the relationship with smallholder farmers around Amalien. So Casidra is managing the farm, and the smallholder farmers that farm around the farm is important partners. So there's meetings with these farmers, but in terms of specific issues, if there is, I would like to know about that. But we are just building relationship, stakeholder relationship with the people around the farm, and that is a natural thing that's happening there. Then the last question, handover process postponement and the reason. So the DDG and his team is working with Casidra, and as the minister alluded to, the fact is there is processes happening with the communities. And at this stage, the communities, we are far down the road from where we were. The communities agreed, both communities agreed on the turnaround plan, what should be happening on that farm. There's a document where both communities determined what should be happening. The next phase is now getting communities ready in terms of training. And there's a training a proposal already on the table, so that when the farm is eventually handed over, we have capable people that can actually take over all the functions that's currently being performed by Casidra. So that's where we are at, and we've appointed a service provider. The department at Institute for Justice and Reconciliation up to March, and now Casidra appointed a new service provider who will be taking forward that interlink with the community. So that's where we are in terms of the process, Chair. Thank you.
Chairperson, just on the question regarding disciplinary action, the incident that the member is referring to happened in this financial year. So we're speaking about the period August up until October, and hence it was not in this report. I don't think I need to provide further information. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the member is welcome to maybe put a return question or whatever, if she require more answers. I just want to put on record, members, in terms of the handover legacy report regarding the Amalian stain and Vigral farms. The report states that the farms are in a drought-stricken Klein Karoo area. These farms are managed by Casidra on behalf of the Department of Agriculture. Both farms are financially unsustainable due to limited funding and the lack of constant water supply for irrigation. The committee engaged with the Department of Agriculture and Casidra on a regular basis regarding the turnaround strategies for these farms to ascertain when transfer will take place to the relevant communities. The department informed this committee that it would be irresponsible to advise that these farms be transferred to the communities in its current form, as both farms were unsustainable. I just want to put that on record. It corroborates what the minister has said. So with that, we have got members of the public here. I just want them to maybe, sorry.
Chairman, there was one question. I think
one more question.
That I was supposed to.
Sorry, apologies.
Honourable member, I had a question around the overachievements. The overachievements in sub-program 3.1. And what we've done over the past number of years is the past year and a half. We've basically looked at projects. There was a special focus on projects that was actually delayed, that was in the system, that was in dire need of being finished off. And so we've put a serious effort in trying to eradicate those numbers or projects that were still open from the system. And you'll see that if we look at our delayed projects list at this stage, it's basically there's probably still only 30 projects left, and that is purely because we've put a serious effort in trying to make sure that there's no delayed projects on the system, which there were a lot of prior to this financial year, the reporting period. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CEO. I was just about to indicate that we've got members of the public that are here present. I'm just going to give them an opportunity to introduce themselves. And if they have got question, must just be to the point. Let's not go to Belleville and to Kailicha. Let's just go to the point of the question that you want to ask. And the minister and the CEO of Casidra are here to answer your question. And the HOD is also here. Your introduction first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Mlanda Limbigo. I'm from the Nyanga Tourism Platform. I'm here to give you moral support to my friend. She's the one who's going to talk. She is the one who's dealing with the poverty alleviation, job opportunities, and all other matters that involves the youth. Thank you, Cindy Batat.
Over to her. Bogodo.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sindiso Kotwana, a founder member of Usindiso Community Development in Nyanga. Usindiso Community Development is a non-governmental organization, which is, our mission is to address pressing issues in that our community is facing, like depression, anger, poverty, inequality, gender inequality, unemployment, and crime. Usindiso has different sectors: elderly sector, LGBTQI+, drug and alcohol addiction support, and cleaning sector. So we clean in our area in Mau Mau. So now I'm interested in food security because we want to utilize the hotspot of dumping to be a food garden. And recently we went to 2 schools to approach them for to give us land, to request for land so that we can do food gardening. So I would like to know, how should I do to be a member of food security? Thank you.
Good question. The next member of the public to introduce yourself and ask your question.
My name is Leroy Joseph. I'm from People's Rural Organization based in Portugal, where there's rural. We're from a farming area in the rural sector of the West Coast. I just have two questions for Cassandra. How do Cassandra tend to help farmers who have leased from a local government for common land? And my second question is, how does Cassandra help small-scale farmers? And if they do, how do they get a small-scale farmer to become a commercial farmer in a certain period of time? Thank you.
Good question, Minister. Over to you.
Chair, the first time I appeared here in this parliament as making an input like the members of the public was around the year 1998. And I sat exactly there where they were sitting. There was an act here in Parliament was dealing with the Health Act, and I made some input. So I welcome your input. I appreciate your input, and I want to thank you for coming here. I remember at the time, Professor Richard van der Ros was the chairperson of the Health Committee, and there was a health bill in this Parliament dealing also with alternative and complementary health. And I made a written submission in the same format as you are doing. So we want to thank you on behalf of this government and on behalf of this Parliament and the chairperson of this committee. We welcome your input, and I want to thank you for the spirit in which you approach this committee. It's not everybody that take on this opportunity that you have taken and even support your colleagues. So we really want to put on record our deep thanks and appreciation. In terms of Nsindiswa, the issues of food security, in terms of how we can help you, the colleagues can answer that. I'm very happy that you mentioned dumping, because there's a lady with the name of, Jerry, what is the lady's name in Mitchell's Plain? That the Garden of Hope? Natasha Johannes. There's a lady that approached us, just like you. Her name is Natasha Johannes. And she was living next to a dumping site. Obviously, she was frustrated that every day next to her plot, people just come and dump. So she approached the authorities, including the City of Cape Town and Casidra and the Western Cape Department of Agriculture, and asked that we turn that into a vegetable garden. So I like your idea, because now no more dumping is taking place. And as she told us here in Parliament, that she was also very ill, and based on her own medical records, eating from her own vegetable garden, she is also in a much better, healthy space. She did approach the City of Cape Town to fence that site. She also, together with this department in Casidra, when the members are here, who did some excellent work in having a productive vegetable garden, and no more dumping is taking place. And her husband also helped her. And I am very excited of our prospects. We want to help you, especially if you identify dumping sites. I was recently in George. Some people have approached me. They say they want a vegetable garden. I say identify a dumping site, because we want a clean area, and I'm very happy the way you spoke. You are a real community activist, and our heart is with your hearties. Yesterday I was in church. I attended a gospel function, and in my church they sang the song, Lord, open the eyes of my heart that I can see you. I am thankful that my heart, the eyes of my heart, is now open, that I can see your need. So thank you for bringing your situation to this committee, and the colleagues can certainly help you. We have now the lessons of Garden of Hope in Lente here, in Natasha, and certainly we would be very much like to partner with you. Mr. Leroy Joseph from Porterville. In terms of the rural area, the department can certainly answer you. You've asked how can we also transition small-scale farmers to commercial farmers. This is also very important because we have a program to develop black commercial farmers with the potential to export. We cannot everybody stay subsistence farming, small-scale farmer. We want commercial farmers in the Western Cape. We want black commercial farmers. We want them to also export their products, and Bonkeswa Matoti is there. She help people to get export market and export marketing opportunities. So I am very thankful that Sindeswa and Mr. Leroy Joseph is here, and I think the CASIDRA would be very happy to help you, and they will explain how that help can take place even after this meeting.
Thank you, Minister. No follow-up question? You answered. Thank you. So, honorable members, I think now, you want to answer? Thank you. I thought Minister concluded.
So thank you, Minister, and thank you. I think we, I think maybe to save time, we are here now. Michael McKenzie he's heading up our food security program, and I think maybe just as you exit the door there, we can get your details, and we will make sure that we get to you as soon as possible. It's a commitment.
I think, Chair, they mustn't confuse Michael now with the rest of us because we almost look the same. So.
A chair of CASIDRA. There's an order of speaking in the House. Honorable members, we go in now to Part D of the report, Human Resource Management, pages 41 to 44. Honorable Ngondlo, I see your hand is up. Any hand online? None. Honorable Ngondlo.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Thanks to the Minister and the CEO, I think communities must actually start using Parliament and committees more, because then you cut the red tape. I can imagine the colleagues would have had to try and get a call. So they've cut the red tape now. They are able to get a firm commitment from the Minister, who is very empathetic with them, and has humility on their issues. I think I would like us to appreciate that from the Minister. And indeed, members of the public must continue to use the committees wisely. My question is on page 42 and 43. On this contract, fixed term, permanent and fixed term contracts, I see here, and when I juxtapose this to annual report of 2022-2023, that actually agriculture and land reform has actually increased staff from 17 to 31, and the poverty alleviation and disaster from 10 to 5, and farm management from 30 to 41. So can you just explain these increases? I'm sitting with your annual report of 2022-2023. So I'm getting this data from this book. I've learned this from my friend. He's my teacher. When it comes to the house, he will be showing you the book. So I've learned from him. I'm a very good student of my minister since I arrived. So pardon me. So this is what I would like you to explain to us, these increases in these particular programs. And I can actually see that these programs, some of them you have changed even their names. I'm not sure, maybe you had a reconsideration of your strategy. I'm not sure. But also my other concern is that when one looks at your personnel cost versus your training cost, Actually, it's a concern that your unskilled workers, which are about 25, there is no contribution whatsoever that you have made on them being trained in this particular financial year. But instead, I think I see for senior managers, actually your training spend has not even doubled up. When you look at in the previous year, you spent about 4,000. In this one, you spent 21,000 on senior managers. So it seems you've got the propensity to train more your high end than your lower rank staff. So if you can explain that to me. Then my third one is on page 43 on the resignations. It seems your resignations are high, as much as it reduced from the previous year. There were 6, now there are 5. Is there anything for us? I mean, there were 10 in total. I think people that have left in the previous financial year, there were 10. There are now 1. There are 9 actually. Should we be concerned about resignation at CASIDRA as the committee? Those are my 3 for now, Chair. I've got my last ones, if you allow me, when I come back. Or you want me to ask all of them?
There is no any other member with a question. I would allow you to proceed. If
Thank you.
CEO is okay.
All right. Also, I think on your labor relations, I just want to understand what kind of an employee representation do you have? Do you have unions there, or how do employees engage with you when they've got concerns? And the last one is that in terms of your equity targets, I see that in both male and females, when it comes to Africans, you've got underrepresentation, both on Africans and females vis-a-vis your targets. And you've got over-representation, which is even very high with your colored males. And you do not have any targets, and I do not know why, for Indian females, whilst you have got 1 currently, whilst you didn't have any target, for the Indian employee group. If you can just explain to us about that situation in terms of your employment equity, and what is it that you are doing to meet your targets of both the African male and females. Thanks.
Thank you. Over to you, Minister and the CEO.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think I will give over to HC Manager to respond to bulk of these questions. And if there's anything else, I will come in. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Chair, through you. I think I'll start at the back with the last question, because I think that's the freshest question. Just the context is that we're currently reporting on CASIDRA's employment equity plan that expires in 2025. So you'll see most of the targets is what we're reporting on that plan. So you'll see the movements for targets specifically for this reporting period, financial year, is the movement with regards to that. We have tried specifically with female representation on both skilled and semi-skilled levels to address that, which you know that at the time of recruitment, there's sometimes challenges, but we are actively working on that through the Employment Equity Committee as well. Then with regards to labour relations, we don't have a recognised union within CASIDRA. Employees are, however, allowed to be represented by a co-employee during inquiries. And we also have a personnel forum at CASIDRA, where they can also raise their concerns. Then taking you to the movement of personnel from one year to the next. So you see that the, and I don't have that report in front of me, but last year, the number of approved posts currently is 96. That is our head office, the farms, as well as the project costs. You'll see that the project staff are mostly employees that are on fixed term contracts, obviously due to the fluctuation of projects, and it's project funded. I think that's also just a summary of it. And maybe Freek can just help me with the cost in how the cost increased year on year.
Chair, thank you. On both, just to hook on to one of what was said earlier, but for both program, mic is on.
You're audible.
Okay. For both programs 2 and 3, there was an increase in the salary cost. The total for the company was a 4 million increase in salary cost. We did additional work, for instance, for Cape Nature, and there was also additional work for the FRK, and I think the food additional staff appointed to assist with the food security. That is where the salaries was paid, why the salaries was paid for. And for that work, Casidra received additional income, and there was also an additional amount that we've received in November last year from the Department of Agriculture as well.
Thank you. Minister, do you want to?
Sorry, Chair. I just want to find out from the committee whether that question was answered to their satisfaction about the training of unskilled versus skilled people. There was a question from Honourable Member Nkontla, who asked that she looked at the training budget on page 42, and she noticed that unskilled 0 and senior management 64, 65, and skilled. Was that question answered?
It wasn't answered.
Thank you. I actually forgot that question. Thanks for the reminder. So unskilled is the farm's budget. So that particularly refers to the reporting for the farms, and that we don't report on here because those training interventions are mostly paid through either the community liaison or interventions that we do on site, and we didn't report it on here. But maybe I can also provide further details for the committee through that. But we do have training across board for everybody.
It just simply does not look right. I am not satisfied that we exclude it, because if you look at the table, it just simply, before this committee, nobody can justify what is before us in terms of unskilled people, in other words, people that need training, 0. Senior managers, professional staff, and skilled people, they get the training. The way it looks here, I know this is perhaps the table and the reporting mechanisms, but I think we can just simply, in addition to that table, add something else. What are the training that was provided for unskilled people? Because if people are not skilled, the tool for that is training, and here we say no training cost for them. I think we can rectify that. I know these tables are prescribed by the National Treasury.
Thank you, Minister. I noted the hand of Honourable Nkontla.
I think
before you come in, Honourable Nkontla, I must say that I concur with you, Minister, on your recommendations.
Let me thirdly concur. You see, Chairperson, and the Minister has captured this very well. I think being a member of SCOPA, one of the things we keep on saying every year, these annual reports are for the public. They're not for the department and only the officials. And the mere fact that you deal with this information on a day-to-day basis and you know you can explain yourself, it is not sufficient. You must not be producing a report for your own sake, because indeed it doesn't look good. Somebody will take this and indeed it looks like you are not people that are supposed to be getting that. You even say they're unskilled. So a note, which is one thing that normally helps, you just create a table there
and you put a note, you explain that this number of unskilled workers are under farms and they were trained, but they are paid on a different budget. That explains, because this is not only for your information, it's for the information of the public. If we could drill this in our colleagues, that indeed when we are writing, can we at least write and put the shoes of a member of the public? If I, as a who is supposed to oversight, you can't even understand what is here, you can imagine a member who is just going to pick up this book. So I want to appreciate, I think, the minister's leadership on this matter, just to say it doesn't look good here. The explanation is accepted. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Ngontlo. Are there any comments, remarks that other members wants to make?
Yes.
Online? Yes, Honorable
Yes, Chair.
Beauty Stoffel.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, let me first appreciate the response of today from the MEC. Thank you, MEC, for responding very firm on critical matters. The second one is that my question is based on the equity employment of CASIDRA. Nowhere on the report I see where they prioritize people with disabilities. Nowhere on the report. I don't know, is there any reason for that? And if there is, what could it be? I thank you, Chair.
Minister, you were complimented. I think this question is yours. Put your mic on, Minister.
Chair, I did see something about disabled staff on page 44. On the bottom, but perhaps the HR manager would like to elaborate, because there's only one for male and 0 for female. Perhaps the senior manager would like to comment on that.
Chair, perhaps it speaks to your earlier comment. Perhaps I can also just include a footnote in future, but there has definitely been progress because it speaks to employment equity plan, employment equity targets. And for this period, obviously, you'll see that there was one disabled person, but we have actually made movements after the reporting period, and that too can be provided to the committee for clarity.
I see the CEO want to respond as well.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thank you for that question. Obviously, we also have to keep in mind that staff movements at CASIDRA, because we've got limited staff numbers, and also the nature of the work that we're doing in terms of physical work that we do in terms of the food security, for example, and CASP. But the problem is, I think, is it remains when we can only appoint when we have people leaving, and at this stage, obviously, it is limited. And once we advertise, obviously we do request that those things are prioritized when we appoint for certain positions. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, I think we come to the end of the deliberation on the APP report for Department of Agriculture and CASIDRA for 2023-2024 financial year. I just want to also just really thank you, Minister, for the invitation that we have received for the Prestige Agri Awards Gala. Thank you for the work that you are doing in terms of recognizing our agri workers and ensuring that, they are also recognized. Honorable members, we have come to the end, so we are going to excuse the department. But before I do that, I'm going to ask Honorable Ngontlo to just thank the department on our behalf. She did made some really good compliments, complimenting the minister for teaching her so well. So, Honorable Ngondlo, over to you, ma'am.
No, thanks for the honor, Chairperson. To Minister, the Chairperson of the Board, the HOD, the CEO, senior managers, and everybody. I think we would like to thank you for coming to the committee and also answering our questions, which are not intended to catch you, but it's part of also playing our role of oversight. And also remember, we must demonstrate value for money of the public that is coming here, that we're not sleeping on the job. But thanks for giving us the answers, but also the information that you'll further provide to us. And thanks for all of the colleagues that are doing a lot of work, especially the officials, as we were told by the HOD. Some of you do 2-3 jobs. Sometimes you leave your families, so we really appreciate you serving the public. We know that sometimes a public service is not, is not paying that well, but we appreciate your service under the leadership of, my favorite minister, who is always eager to teach, Dr. Meyer. Thank you very much for coming to the committee, and thank you to also my members. And once again, congratulations for your clean audit, which is very important for governance. Will ensure that clean audits must also permeate to improved service delivery for communities. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Ngondlo. Members, we're going to be remaining behind to do our resolution. Official minister, the chairperson, the CEOs, the HOD, and everybody that is here, you are invited to the lunch for some snack, something to eat. And also the members of the public are invited. We will join you shortly in the next 5-10 minutes. You are excused. Honorable members, Honorable Vessel and Honorable Stoffel, and is Honorable Benson still there? Not there. I think now I hand over to you with regards to resolution. I think I did indicate already to Shireen in terms of one resolution that I thought it is important that we noted. But over to you, members. Honorable Brinkes.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, yes, terms of resolutions, early next year, if we can do our international study tour as early as possible next year.
Okay, so honorable members, I think let's deal with the resolution for this particular engagements that we just had, starting with the Department of Agriculture, and then we can go on to Casidra, and thereafter we can really consider other matters.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Honorable Bright.
Just we do agriculture first, or do we do them together? Agriculture first.
Let's do agriculture first.
So, I mean, I think the one thing that came through quite strongly in both the agricultural deliberations and on Casidra is this issue of budget. And I don't know if, there's much that we can do about it, but I think it's important for us to note the budgetary constraints that they're currently facing, and that, they could be doing more with more budget provided. I think that was a strong sentiment that came through, because all in all, the work is good. It's high quality. So, yeah.
I think the question is what is the resolution now that we're putting forward here?
Well, I suppose we can only recommend. I mean, we don't have any direct power. So,
okay. Procedural officer, can we make the recommendation that budget? Okay.
Doesn't necessarily need to be part of the resolution, but obviously it's a report that we're going to be sending through. So we're definitely going to make mention of that in the report.
Okay. No, thank you.
Okay.
Honorable Ngontlo, I saw your hand is up.
Okay, from where I'm sitting, Chair, maybe we may need to ask the department to come and present to us the situation of the land use management, the situation of rezoning of land for other things. Already they mentioned that they are involved in making comments, but it doesn't mean it goes anywhere. Perhaps we may want to just get more information from them, and the minister says he's going to have a summit with municipalities soon. Maybe after that summit, they can come just to give us what is the current situation as it relates to the risk, of preserving agricultural land in the province. I'm sure they've got the different elements of that. So I think that's one issue from my side that I would like to understand. The second one, the HOD said they will engage the department around the issue of water resilience policy that they are both implementing. Perhaps it's to ask them to provide us an update or a briefing. Could be a written briefing. They don't have to come to the committee. It could be a written briefing about that issue and what has been the conversations between them and the Department of Local Government around that. I think those are the two I would like to sponsor for now for the department.
Can I just maybe support you with regards to the land use? I think the PDAL, the Preservation and Development of Agricultural Land, will be a good point of engagement. Maybe what we should add to that is to say the department must also, present to us their readiness in terms of implementing the PDAL bill once it's assented into law. I think that could be something. I know that that bill deals with issues that you just raised, the land use, the preservation of agriculture, and so forth. And there is a lot of work that is required from a provincial level point of view, minister and the department. And so there are certain obligations. So maybe that would be added to what Honorable Ngondo has indicated here. Any other? What was the one that
foreign nationals, Chair. Asking the National Department of Labour to come and brief us.
Yeah. Are you okay with the wedding, or do you need some assistance with the wedding in terms of who we invite?
I think if the committee could be specific in terms of who needs to be invited to that briefing, but just a refresher that the department did mention that they made a practical, I think Mr. Jacobs called it a practical guideline for the employment of foreign nationals, that they sort of put this together. So I don't know what the committee wants to do with information. You need to tell me. Would you like a briefing from the Department of Labour on the matter? Would you like to have a look at the that was put together by the department?
I think what is important for me when I said we must maybe put a resolution was that we have to really deal with the unnecessary noise, that we deal with the facts. So if we can maybe get a briefing from Labour together with the Department of Agriculture as to what are they doing to address this issue that is constantly being raised, so that, we quell any potential flare-ups as a result of, unsubstantiated. It's been a long day. Unsubstantiated, rumors as such. Yeah. Okay. That's it from my side in terms of my resolution that I wanted to sponsor. Yeah, Honorable Ngondlo, sorry. Apologies.
Okay, I think I got distracted by Member Prengace's proposal. I think on the two government farms, I'm not sure at what point are we gonna maybe decide on a visit as this new committee to those farms. Perhaps given that there's a turnaround plan, and in the report of CASIDRA, it is said that the plan is being implemented and is being successful. It seems there is good work that is happening. Perhaps we would need to consider when can we go and look at that, so that at least also CASIDRA can tell us at what point are they anticipating, to let that project now to be to break even, so that it could fully be handed over. So I'm just saying, in the program, it might not necessarily be something that could be done in the immediate, maybe sometime next year, that we can actually go and visit and see the progress in the two farms.
Okay. I do agree that we definitely need to look at that will be under CASIDRA. So I think I'm covered. I think I'm covered. My notes don't indicate any issue of the minister did indicate that he will present the veterinaries bill, so we don't have to put it as a resolution to come to this. Okay, no, that's fine. So, honorable members, I think we are done with the resolution. Matters arising. Honorable Brenghuis, you had a matter that you wanted us to consider.
Yes, Chairperson. Thank you very much again. If we could maybe discuss early next year our international study tour, perhaps further in the term. After next year is going to be probably the local elections. Everybody's going to be very busy, probably from mid next year, 25, up to the end, and obviously 2026. So I would propose that, if we want to do an international study tour, then we could do it early next year, as early as possible, February, March. Thank you.
Noted. I think a very valid point, because I also thought that, we're going to really be into 2026 election. We definitely need to think about where do we plan to go in terms of study tour. I think one of the issues that we need to really, as members, talk about is that what are the issues that we definitely need to look at, and I think one of the areas that we have been battling with, and we will be engaging obviously with the Westgro and the economic development and tourism tomorrow. But one of the areas that we have been battling with is how rural economy is being supported, by governments. And maybe, when we start really looking at that study tour, we definitely need to consider areas that we definitely think that they're going to add value to what we do as oversight committee. So I agree with you that we need to look as early as possible so that we don't get ourselves during the election times. So my suggestion, maybe it will be that let's deposit some thoughts, through Shireen in terms of, areas that we believe that, we need to do. And obviously through a research department, they can assist in terms of those areas. I note Honorable Mbombo's hand.
Thank you, Chair. Is that for international study tour?
Yeah, well.
The last part, which is the first one that needs to happen, just for an advice, is for the research unit to establish, because they're supposed to assist you once you give them in terms of an idea, so that they can start working on that. Also, the submission is supposed to be part of the business plan, so that for the November, when it goes now to the speaker for that is already completed. So my point is about, it's supposed to be ASAP. We don't have much, because if you don't submit by November, you won't be able to. So that's why probably through the PO can just assist with the questions. That will be, as a concept, that will be sent to the research unit so that they can start working in regard, because they will be asking questions like, you will want to go to agriculture or food processing, agri-processing, or to the farming, or to focusing on animals, those kind of things, so that they could be able to advise which countries, so that by November, when now you do the submissions on the budget and so forth, it's already there. Because if you wait for then, it will be already late for that. Yeah.
I see Shireen want to also comment.
Just to add on to what Member Mbombo just said, the committee needs to get its intent to travel to the speaker by the end of November. So this is the intention of traveling in the new financial year, which is 1st of April next year. So it's 2025, 2026. I think there's a statement in the policy that says during the election year, for the first 6 months, members do not travel internationally. So it's basically, the letter will go to the speaker saying this is the intention of the committee and this is what the committee envisages to do. But that letter does not specify where.
Okay.
When the speaker has had a look at all the submissions of intent, he may decide that it will be a joint committee between agriculture and environmental affairs and development planning, because there's cross-functional issues, because then he would have a look at we would have had a look at all the proposals that came forth. Then only, once it is approved, then those committees would then request a research brief in depth to say, this is what we want to do. You now advise on which countries would be suitable. It's not for the committee to decide which countries they want to go and visit. Chairperson.
Okay.
Okay, that's just according to our international travel policy. Right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you helped quite a lot there. So Yeah.
Chair, yes, I concur with Shireen that it's not for the committees to decide, but the committees can give input. Yeah, they can.
But do we agree that the intent to travel, we agree that early 2025, 2026, is that good? Is that in order?
Say early 2025, you mean from the 1st of April, because there's no budget for the beginning of it. So from the 1st of April, that's the early. Okay. So it's the first quarter of 2025. So it's April, May, June. So it's around that period.
Yeah, around that period. Is that fine? Are members okay with that? Okay, thank you very much. I think that now brings me to another item that we have just, thank you, Honorable Mbombo, for picking it up, that on the 20th is by-election, and we have a planned oversight visit to Saldanha and Atlantis. So the challenge is that obviously we have got a by-election in the city of Cape Town. So the challenge is that we have already booked accommodation for Saldanha. So we've got a choice. We trying to see if we can cancel, and if it's not going to be what we call the cost implication. And if we're not able to, then we might just have to consider doing special votes, if that is, acceptable within our party arrangements, to do special vote on the 19th and rather cancel the 19th of the Atlantis and rather do the Saldanha, the afternoon, late afternoon travel to Saldanha, sleep over and do our Saldanha oversight on the 20th, if that is okay with members.
Saldanha Protea is Western Cape government friendly, if I could put it like that. So my point is about probably PO, just to negotiate, not necessary to cancel. It's just like with the flights where you probably, they can give you like 2 or 3 months where they say it is for utilization, where you postpone in terms of looking at the other dates so that they will still have the money, but we'll be looking for the dates where we can make utilization of the accommodation, because that's what I know. That's what we used to do. Instead of, if they cannot cancel without charging, then we can do the postponement so that the money is still within them, but to say we'll confirm the date then, depending in terms of which, but it has always been pro-Western Cape government friendly. We used to do it all the time, just to explore that part.
Yep.
Mbombo, I'm just going to, because all our bookings gets done via supply chain management. So I'm just going to check with them and then I'll get back to members. But I hear that and I appreciate that advice. So we'll see. Maybe I can make the recommendation to our SCM official. All right. Thank you.
Okay, honorable members, really thank you very much. I'm tired. It's been a long day and tomorrow is going to be a very, very long day. And if this was long, then tomorrow I think it's going to be too long. Thank you very much, and thanks for your contribution, honorable members. And Shireen, thank you to you. Honorable members online, thank you very much. And media, I'm sure you've gone already, and the public, thank you very much for joining us for this APP deliberation.